All right, good morning and welcome to the joint session of the Board of Selectmen for the Town of Southwick and the Finance Committee for the Town of Southwick budget hearings. It's, let's say, March 25th, 2023. Motion to open our meeting.
Doug Moglen, so moved.
Jason Perone, second.
Russell Fox is here as chairman. I'll go along with that. Roll call vote. Russ Fox, aye.
Doug Moglen, aye.
Jason Perone, aye.
Thank you.
Great, good morning, my name is Joe Didi with the Finance Committee. We also need to make a motion to open our side of the meeting.
Motion.
Second.
Dr. Zalowski, motion.
Okay,
Elaine Dumer, second.
all right, we'll make that one. Great, thanks, folks.
You want to do the introduction, everybody
Yeah,
else?
everyone can mention your name, please. We'll start with you.
Alita Di Maria.
Dr. Zalowski.
Paul Conley.
Karen DeMaio. Sherry Knowlton.
Robert Haracha.
David Meckel.
Nadine Signoni.
Okay, we have Carl Steinhardt on Zoom, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Fletcher and Melissa Arnold.
I'm sorry, Laura Fitz?
Laura Fletcher and Melissa.
Okay, from our accounting department.
Right, our accounting staff.
Okay, thank you. First up is Board of Assessors, and I see we have our Director of Assessment. So if you could just state your name and position.
Laura, Director of Assessment.
Good morning, how are you today? Wonderful.
You have the floor.
It's pretty much like last year, just a few adjustments. Obviously, our supplies are going up because our toner costs. Dues a little bit more. And a slight adjustment to staff development because of our new hire. And, the 600 that usually comes in for site maintenance, the share, we don't support that anymore, so that's off our, that's the last line item, that's off.
Questions?
Sure.
Nobody's raising their hands.
The revolving consultant, does that stay the same year to year, or it's,
It's since we
Depends.
changed to the 5-year with interim versus reval.
right?
It's, right, obviously, the rest of it flows into free cash.
No, absolutely, yeah,
Just a smaller portion for the interim years.
okay, thank you.
What is the consultant used for?
Submissions for Department of Revenue. We use them also with our utilities for values.
Roy Bishop is our consultant. He represents about 31 communities in Western Mass. He used to work for the Department of Revenue. He's saved us a lot of money over the years, and he's an expert, has expertise in commercial property where we don't have that expertise. And he also goes with us to Boston if there is a court, Paul, what's the proper terminology? Delegate tax book. And represents us there, so.
He pays for himself.
He basically
One
pays for
trip.
himself.
Yeah, he's been with us since before there even was a board.
Yeah.
Right. Especially when we're into the complex issues with the utilities and solar farms, things like that. He's paid for himself.
Yep.
If there's no other questions, Sue, we thank you for the great job you and your staff are doing.
You're welcome.
Have
Have a great morning.
Thanks, Sue. Take a donut with you, take one to Fred too. I'm generous this morning, Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
Please take two and throw them away at least, because if he's giving something away, you gotta take it.
Heartburn.
Jeez.
Okay, next up is emergency management. Charlie, if you could state your name and position, please.
Charles H. Dunlap, Emergency Management Director, Town of Southwick.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, all.
Whenever you want to start, Charlie.
Okay. One of the important things is salaries. We normally have a staff of 10 people. We're down to 6, and it's really tough to keep assistant directors and members. It's important to have new members, and we're trying to recruit. But people do not want to volunteer in this time of day and age, but it's tough and doing our best. So that is a prime consideration for an increase in salary. Vehicle maintenance, we have 2 vehicles, a military Deuce and a mobile communications command vehicle, and we also have 3 generator trailers. So there's a slight increase in that, but we do most of our own maintenance. Internet and cell phone service. I do not do the billing or the paperwork on that, so that is done, I believe, by Sue Anderson. So these figures are variable. Education, slight increase to $300. Most of our education is free through either state emergency management or federal emergency management. A lot of it is through the pipeline response education and Big Safe. So we don't have much for education. Insurance and dues. We do have a couple of entities, but most of our insurance and dues now is not significant due to the auxiliary police and police reform. We don't have the auxiliary police any longer. Uniforms, it's traditional replacing uniforms, and the cost of uniforms has gone up significantly. Conference and travel, occasionally we'll have training for national weather through New England Weather Training holds a conference every year, so we're looking forward to attending that this spring. Radio maintenance supplies, we do most of our own radio work. We're going to have to change a couple of antennas and some coaxial cable both here and at the alternate EOC. Minor equipment is for office supplies and incidentals, that's staying the same. Ammo supplies, we do not have the auxiliary police, so that is 0 for a cost. So we do have a slight increase, and that just shows the cost of supplies and inflation. Salaries, I was told initially not to put anything in for salaries, but it has got to be increased, and the thing is with salaries, when we're deployed, it's very bad weather. For instance, just last night, we had a lot of tornado outbreaks down south. Our tornado season is coming up in about another month, and then we will be active with severe thunderstorms. And rule of thumb is there's about 16 times a year that we're under severe weather warnings by national weather. And then we just had the snowstorm a couple of weeks ago that we were deployed for about 12 to 14 hours, and we operated our emergency operations center. Operations, we're staying the same as last year. Capital projects, we're being very easy on you. We don't have any capital projects programmed as long as everything is functional, which right now I don't see any real need. And the 5-year plan, we need to retain and get staff, and our pay is not salary, it's a stipend with no benefits, no sick time, no holiday time, no overtime. So it's on an as-needed emergency situation. So that's basically it. I'm open to any questions, and a lot of people don't realize what emergency management does, but we coordinate between the local departments, the state, the federal government, and the adjacent communities. And work very close with Massachusetts Emergency Management, Region 3, Agawam, and State Emergency Management, and also FEMA Homeland Security. We cover all hazards, either man-made or natural disasters. So now, there is, for my position, in 9/29/2020, there was a two-page full requirement of the duties of the Emergency Management Director, and it is substantially increasing every year. That there's more requirements for training and capabilities. I've been in the position since 1992, assisting since 1990. I enjoy the work, and it's very just great feeling, self-esteem, and I'm glad to serve the town of Southwick.
Thank you, Charlie. Any questions of Charlie?
I don't know if this question is for Charlie or if it's for select board. On the vehicle maintenance, you see the budget each year has been over $4,000, but then the total expended, 167, 135, 475. Okay, 23 is 4,019, but why is that so high?
I think some of it is because the vehicles are aging.
Well, they're aging, but, well, we have one vehicle, it's 1997, we have another one 1984. And then the generators, we do all our own oil changes and whatever, anything that is minor we'll do ourselves, battery changes, rewiring.
Okay, so like in 2020, your budget was 11,656, and you only expended 2,555. What happened to the remainder of that money if he doesn't expend his budget?
cash. Goes right back in.
Back to free cash.
Yeah, closes out at the end of the fiscal year into free cash.
Now, this last year, we had our vehicle did not make safety inspection, and it was found that we had a cracked brake drum, and we had to go for emergency expenses to pay for it. And then we, excuse me, we ended up getting the brake drum from Utah, but it was $450 just to ship it. So.
I think that went in front of the finance committee, right? There's a reserve fund transfer, so you kind of, some years you win, some years you don't. And it's kind of hard to tell when
That's why you've
an
got-
outsized expense is gonna happen, so you kind of averages
So
out.
that's why it's been left so high for budget purposes. Okay.
I may say one thing, that I am a frugal Yankee.
We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions for Charlie?
I just had one. You mentioned that the internet is handled by Sue Anderson, handles that for you?
I haven't done the Verizon and Comcast budget for several years, and she takes, when the billing comes in, she does the billing, works with accounting. So I really don't know what the expenses are.
All right, I'll check with her, no problem.
The Verizon bills are handled by accounting, not Sue.
I'm more talking on 520303. If they have their own circuit or that's on the town circuit.
Yeah, it's on the town, on our side. The accounting handles the invoices.
Okay, I'll circle back with you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charlie, thank you. I know that you guys were operating during that last storm, and we certainly appreciate it. That was very hectic. I know you had the fire chief down there and some of your other people, personnel. So thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. I appreciate being overseen by both Doug and Russ. And I wish you could have been part of it, Jason, but it worked very well. We were kind of overloaded, but that's what we were here for.
Right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, next up, we got community preservation. You're up. Chris, we're on Zoom, so if you can announce your name and position.
I didn't. Good morning, Chris. How are you today?
Still perfect, how are you?
Pick it up.
Good.
You have it?
That was me.
I got a blank.
Yeah.
Everybody got a
For
blank?
conservation or for community preservation?
Community preservation.
What are you hiding?
The last time I was here, I had the same question, why am I here? Because, I mean, there's really no purview from this board over it.
So you didn't turn anything in then, because you have nothing to turn?
There's nothing to turn in.
Okay, understood.
You could have stepped in today.
Correct.
Well, we
So, I
appreciate
mean,
you
if you wanna
coming.
cross me off the list next year or whatever, I don't mind coming in, I mean,
Definitely make a note of it.
okay.
Do we have a-
So if you have questions, you can certainly.
I guess that
Last
from
year
a
you just asked
budget-
what things there were like on the docket and things
I
like
was just
that.
gonna say,
Yeah.
can we have a sneak peek of what you're gonna put forward?
Yeah, there are a few projects coming up. One project has actually been taken off, the church steeple. There was a project that came in to refurbish the church steeple, the First Congregational Church. We were gonna put it forward, but they took it back. Yes, there was some donor that came in and said that they would fund it, so that was amazing, and it was nice, see somebody do that. Splash pad at Wally Park. There's a project that we're gonna put forward to bring to the town for a splash pad over there.
Let's see, I believe Chris's board is also helping the town with the old police and fire station slate roof and cupola repairs through a CPC article coming up.
Right. There's that, and also the town green, there are some veterans things that are over there that need to be refurbished. So that as well.
Floors.
What's that?
Floors.
Floors over at the depot court for housing.
Great.
So there's some things this year that are actually moving forward, so it's nice to see people coming in with projects.
And so your role is to like coordinate the, kind of prioritize and work with the town to get funding and grants?
Not really, no.
Okay, then,
So there's money that comes in from the state and through the town.
Yeah.
Southwick pays a 3% surcharge on their taxes.
yeah.
That's what goes into the pot from town, but the state also gives some kind of matching fund. It depends on what it is, what they collect at the registry of deeds, as to how much we get from the state, but it's been getting better. It did low for a while, now it's coming back up again. So that's good to see as well. You know, the state is doing their share. We have I would say the burden, but the responsibility of bringing forward to the townspeople projects that people bring in that fit the criteria of the act.
Right.
So we,
Can you explain what the criteria or the 4 categories?
so there's open space and recreation. So there's an umbrella that projects would fit under open space and recreation, housing, historical, and that it? Yeah. Okay, so they, there are criteria that those projects would fit under, and there's funding, 10% goes to housing, open space and recreation, and historical, all get 10% taken out, and put in automatically from what we take in. The rest goes into like a general fund. That can fit into any of the categories. We can determine that we want to take more out and put it more into one place than another, but we don't. That way it gives us more leverage or flexibility to fund different projects. Doesn't pigeonhole us.
The other thing, the other thing to note is under the admin budget of the CPC, they also help to fund part of the annual expense of the conservation coordinator, which is paid for through the town. And then the other half of that person's workload is to give support to Chris's board. And that fund, Chris's fund, also pays for that.
I thought Sabrina was here, but she's not.
So have there been more projects coming in for the housing and
From
historical?
housing, we have the flooring project over at Depot Court, so that was nice to see. We do have a
And
housing
anything
project.
with historical, because I know those two categories, the balance was getting quite large.
Exactly.
that, you know,
Right,
we
That's
could fund
why-
some Hefty projects.
right. But we keep it at the minimum 10%, otherwise it would have been even higher than that, so. Right, so we do, actually, 5% of our funds we do put into that administrative account as well. That way it can fund, staffing, which we do share between the town. The town shared position for community preservation and conservation.
Any other questions? If not, Chris, grab a donut, a cup of coffee, and thank you for coming
That's
in.
why I came. Thank you.
Thank you. David, Conservation Commission,
Good morning, good morning.
if you could state your name and position, please.
Dave McWilliams, Chair of the Conservation Commission. Way too many people for a very small ask. I'm just saying, behind for a lot of money, a lot of people here. Everybody pitch in a couple bucks for coverage.
We can give you a donut.
You can give me a donut. Good morning.
Andy, you want to join them? You're a member of the Conservation Commission. Andy Reardon.
I got your back, buddy. Thanks. Long time no see. All right. So, just want to go down line item by line item?
Whatever you'd like to do, David.
Yeah, so, I mean, typically we come in and we're pretty much level funded is what we're requesting over the previous years. This year we're coming in, we're gonna ask for a bit more, and we're gonna look to change things. I think, just flipping the page, the primary thing that I think is of utmost importance to me as the chair of the Conservation Commission is under salaries. So like most committees in town, we have a secretary that comes in and does our administrative. And right now, the way she is funded is through a revolving account that is funded based on fees that are paid for notice of intents and requests for determinations, which in the past has usually been sufficient enough to cover her salary, but last year, if you recall, we had come back to your board and asked for additional monies because there was a concern that there wasn't gonna be enough money left to finish out her salary throughout the course of the year. I have a problem with anybody's salary being based on something that they don't control, and that's fees coming in for licenses that nobody can control. If nobody's building, nobody's doing rework to their homes and what have you, and there's no NOIs and RDAs, no funds are coming into that, and then we're in a deficit when it comes to paying our secretary. So I would just like to see our secretary's salary added to our budget and taken out of the revolving account. Okay, so that is the, and that amounts to about $6,800 a year that would cover the cost of her salary based on the average hours that she works annually. The second thing that we're looking for is from the operations category. We're looking to add, and I've worked with Dave Sutton with buildings and maintenance to have them go around and pick up the trash at the 4 properties that are managed by conservation. That's the Lipinski property, North Pond property, Sokonovsky property, and the Granville Gorge. They already do the Granville Gorge, and I believe they go up towards Lipinski. I think what we're asking for is to have that money built into our budget and have it as a departmental transfer to go ahead and pay for his salary, as I think we're looking for only for his department to do that between like May 1st and October. That's when those properties seem to get the most usage from the public, and that's when we would be looking for the trash pickup. And talking to Dave, he believes it should be about 4 hours a week. So the numbers that we've put in here are basically looking for that time frame, those hours to cover his employees' costs, and it's all based on the hourly cost that he gives to me is where we came up with that number, right? Also under operations, There's been a lot of conversation at North Pond about possibly putting a porta potty out there. I will say for the record, nothing has been determined. There's been a lot of back and forth on it. I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but if it does happen, it's gonna need to be funded. Karen, going back to what you were talking about before, sometimes we allocate money for things that never happen, just in case it happens, right? Like the maintenance on the vehicle. So, that is in there. I think the town at some point has to make that decision whether or not we're gonna go forward with that, and if it is, that would be the money earmarked for that. Under capital expenditures, we are asking for a small amount of money to get security cameras to be placed at some of the properties in town. Between conservation, the police department, the select board, we've determined that there's some areas where we'd like to do a little bit of monitoring. Certainly not gonna tell you where those are gonna be, because we don't want that to be on public record, but we're looking to procure some, programs as well, and that's really for $600 to cover that cost, all right? So, if you go back to, the main page, we're looking for some increases in our land maintenance fees. The reason for that is we have standard costs that reoccur every year. That is for brush hogging and lawn maintenance up at the Sokonovsky presentation. Sokonovsky Preserve, sorry. But we're also looking for things, we've built kiosks at a bunch of our properties. We're looking to get some really professional signing instead of just corkboard and pins. If you look at like Dismal Brook, they have a really professional looking kiosk with printed boards that have maps and information about the property. We'd like to get those. We've also had someone from the state forest cutting, one of the forest cutting rangers come out and walk through Sokonovsky preservation with us. And I think we as a community should really look at maybe getting a forest cutting plan put into place for the properties that we manage so that we can maintain the health of the forests. So that's one of the other projects we're looking into. And then the access road to the gorge is pretty beat up and has some sizable potholes. Maybe we can get DPW to do it, I'm not sure, but if not, we want to allocate some money through the next coming year to fix that road so that the residents that use that aren't losing mufflers and shock absorbers going onto the property. Dues. We are part of the Mass Association of Conservation Commissions, so that covers that for the members as well as, well, that just covers the dues for that. Traveling conference, which I also bundle in training. We typically offer our committee members to go to training at an annual conference that's held at Holy Cross. For the last 2 years, it hasn't been held in person. And it's not gonna be held in person this year as well, but you can sign up for those courses online. We have 3 new committee members as well as a new coordinator. And there's been a lot of requests for training, so that's looking to bump up our budget. I think we wanna make sure that the people that sit on our committee as well as the person that we're paying to be our coordinator are as educated as possible on what the responsibilities of the Conservation Commission is. So I think it's well worth a couple extra $100 a year to make sure everybody is trained properly. And supplies, obviously we're looking for a little bump in supplies, and that's just inflationary. I don't think we're gonna be using any more pencils and staplers than we have in the past, but cost for all of that stuff has gone up. So that's kind of what we're asking for in a nutshell. It's a lot of verbiage, but not a ton of money.
You skipped over consultant.
Oh, yeah, so we've always had a line item for consultant, Joe, and that has sometimes been used and sometimes hasn't been used. It's there as a contingency if there's a dispute over property and the town has to hire a consultant to go in and do, could be a survey, it could be marking off wetlands or just double checking what the applicant has done. It just protects us and provides us monies to pay for that consultant. Again, we don't always use it, but there have been times in the past where we have.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, last year we used quite a bit of it as we transitioned from Dennis to Sabrina, where he was working in conjunction with her to get her up to speed.
And we're up to speed?
She's doing a really good job.
Well, I know that,
Yeah.
but, so,
Yeah, I
the
think
dentist portion is slowly going down.
that should be an issue moving forward, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Yeah, the items you're mentioning, like the signage, which budget line were you?
So that would come under the land maintenance.
Okay.
David, any of the money we're getting for community preservation for signage, is that covering any of this, or?
So the community preservation money that's available to conservation is specific to North Pond.
Okay,
And the warrant article was written up as trail maintenance.
okay,
So not only is it limited to the property, but it's limited to what it can be used for.
okay, so we can't use it for signage.
That's not how it was written.
But you could create another application to CPC.
We
for
could.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
We absolutely could.
and then just another follow-on, if the admin cost came, the funding source was changed,
Mhm.
per your suggestion, would you think that something like the forest cutting, and or trash pickup, some of that could be funded, or other projects that you look to undertake could be funded from revolving? That seemed like that might be appropriate.
Yeah, I
To
think
do.
if the warrant article for the revolving account was written to take those fees and put them into conservation. There was nothing in the warrant article about paying a salary out of those fees, right? That was, I believe, negotiated afterwards. So we would continue to use those monies to fund the projects that we're talking about. And some of the projects, right, they're not recurring projects where we're not gonna need those funds every single year. Signage, fencing, like last year we did some fencing over on Rising Corner for that trail over there. So yes, we could certainly use some of those monies for projects that pop up annually, but we still are gonna have annualized maintenance projects that need to have funding in the budget as well.
Is the revolving account numbers here anywhere?
I don't know if you got
That's
them, I got
typical for
them day before yesterday.
I'm showing a available balance of a March 23 of $4,617.89.
But right now, that's going towards the secretary's salary,
That's going towards the secretary.
plus what we gave you to get you to the end.
Yeah, it goes towards the secretary's salary and then expenses paid to the coordinator for cell phone.
Yeah.
Vehicle usage, you know, which is a very small part of it.
This is similar to what we do with Park and Rec, David. You know, they collect revenues, which offsets their budget, so it keeps it off the tax rolls. So that's our end game.
Which I get, I just, like I said, I'm opposed to having somebody's salary continue.
Yeah,
Understand.
Understood.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're a commissioned salesperson, you know, most people they know what they're gonna make at the end of the week, and our secretary is not a commissioned salesperson.
Those are,
And I think that would be a bad role for the conservation coordinator to be on a commission basis.
those are set hours that the secretary has.
She does, she
Part-time.
works 25 hours a week for conservation, and then she'll do 8 hours a week for CPC.
Okay, is there ever times when, you know, the demand is low for licenses or whatever, and she's not doing anything?
I don't think that our conservation coordinator is ever idle in this town. Even when things are, so part of it, you're talking about the revenue generating side of it, which is the fees for the NOIs and the RDAs, but there's compliance things that go on all the time. There's properties that need to be maintained. There's training that needs to be done. We're looking to be a bit more proactive. We want to do some outreach things where we're gonna have some community trainings, where we're gonna have guest speakers come in and talk to whatever town people wanna come in. We wanna do, tours of the facilities, and I think there's one we're trying to schedule right now to have someone from Mass Fish and Wildlife come in and do a talk about the vernal pools in town, and maybe schedule a night visit out to the vernal pools to see the amphibians going across and doing that. So, there's a lot going on. She's very busy, and she has aspirations to do a lot more. Right now, she's trying to level set the town.
Okay, thanks.
How long has the revolving account been around?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been as long as I can remember. I may have been on the committee when it changed over. I just don't remember the change.
Understood. Laura, I know you're listening. Can you get me the last 5 years' worth for our Tuesday night meeting about when into that revolving account? Thank you.
All right, any other questions of David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned forest cutting plan.
Sure.
Would that generate any revenue, or would that cost us money to have that done? Do you have any idea?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, right now, we're looking at the plan, right? Not the actual process of doing the work. So the plan is just to identify what's needed to be done to make sure that our forests are as healthy as possible, at least the ones owned by the town. Once you have the plan, then you would start looking at possibly bidding it out to people, and is there harvestable wood that they would be looking to buy from us? I don't know, we're not that far down the road, but we gotta start with a plan before anything.
The cameras, I assume you scoped those locations out for power or Wi-Fi? Because generally, the places you want to put a camera, it's not where you have electricity or something, and
Right.
just want to make sure you're not gonna come back.
AA batteries or solar power
Okay,
backup, and then we can get them either cell phone, so we can sit here right now and watch what's going on live in person,
well, okay,
or you can get just, you gotta climb the tree and
so
take
the
that
six
car back
hundred
out.
would cover that equipment?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the cost of this stuff's come down so much that it's unreasonable that we don't have it in town. And even the police department should have 8 or 10 of these, where they can just put them up, see what's going on right now at your house.
Yeah.
You're here, what's going on over
They're
there?
assuming they come.
Right?
Can we put that in the budget, my house?
The birds, actually, the birds, yeah,
Is it just live feed or is it actually recording these cameras?
you can do both.
Yeah, I mean, the intent is to record. In reality, I don't think we're looking to pounce on somebody at the moment, but if something happens, talking to the police department, it's more important to be able to go back and see what happened.
And it deters as well. The presence of a camera is gonna, cut down on the
They won't even see it.
TV
But
show.
if the word in the community gets out that there are cameras around, yeah.
The cell phone-based cameras, truly, I mean, if you see a party starting, a fire starting, and the party's starting, you can show up now, and that ends it. And as that continues to happen more and more often, obviously, less and less fires are gonna start at that, little campfires or whatever. They're gonna start at that location. So, yeah, the live feed ones, but it just depends on like the annual plan you buy with a particular camera. You can buy a camera, it might be $120 a year for a plan, or $160 a year, depending on how much memory you want, and that sort of thing. And it just bounces off your cell phone.
If you have it at $200 a camera, is that for both the camera and whatever else you need to maintain it?
Right now.
That's very inexpensive.
Yeah, well, you go to Tractor Supply right now and buy a camera for $120.
But you have to climb the tree to pull the card out.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, we're trying to be frugal. I think somebody said they were a frugal Yankee.
He left.
We don't want to go into too much detail on this, but this came out of our discussions with police and fire and fish and game and conservation, developing a plan, a security plan, that's going to hopefully address some of the issues that we encountered last year at North Pond. But I really don't want to go into too many details on this in a public section. Thank you, David. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you all.
Next is Agriculture Committee. Bert, if you were on Zoom, if you could state your name and position, please.
Bert Hanson, 153 Martin Manning Road, Chair of the Agriculture Commission. I want to start, this is budget related, and I have something for you today, and I want to pass around.
We usually want donuts or something like that.
Well, this is an invitation, well, today it's serving as an invitation to our first ever open farm day, what we're gonna have in August. So I hope you all can come, bring your friends and neighbors. And there's really just two things in our budget. One is for supplies, and that's level funded at $950. That's what we get every year. And we use that for printing our farm brochure, right to farm flyer, maintenance at the Sofanowski community garden. So that's pretty cut and dried. The other thing is about the Open Farm Day, and I have put in $1750 for that. And let me just give you a little snapshot of what that is going to look like. It's very much a work in progress, but so we're talking to farmers who want to participate, want to invite maybe farms who don't have a retail store, you know, like Calabrese or Blossoming Acres has, but they would invite people in to see their operation or have some kind of a demonstration, whatever level of involvement they're comfortable with. And then we'll print up what we're calling a passport, which that's the cover of it that I just gave you. And it's going to be a little folder with a map and a list of the farms inside. So as people, they'll pick that up at Wally Park, which is kind of our base of operations, and then they'll take it around to the various farms that are participating, get a little sticker or a punch or something to show that they've been there. And then we'll either by text or by email, collect the completed picture of the completed passport, and then put those folks in a drawing for some prizes. So that's in a very brief nutshell. That's how it's going to work. It'll be 12 to 4 on that Sunday afternoon at again with the base of operations at Wally Park, and we're really. That's the day and a time of year when farmers told us that they could reasonably do it. They said, you know, not April, May, and really not in late September, October, when they're their busiest in terms of customers. So we really have 3 ways to fund it. One is the regular ag budget. Ag has also a gift account, which is proceeds from previous tractor rallies that we used to have. And then we're hoping for some sponsorships in terms of things like the prizes we'll give away, or you know, wristbands that the participants might wear. And so the other things will be, so coming from those 3 sources, you know, we're going to need some banners around town, some signage, you know, at Wally Park to tell people where to go. Lawn sign type signs at each farm that's participating, so folks will know where they're going. Printing of the passport, you know, those kinds of things. So I think the 1750 is based on, it's kind of an educated guess based on, you know, printing we've done before, banners that I've bought before. There's one at the Sofanowski Community Garden, for example. So that's kind of a, you know, as I said, an educated guess as to what it actually will come out to. We haven't done it before, so we don't really know, but I think that should cover. Any questions?
You have it continued each year going forward. None of it's reusable? Like banners aren't going to be reusable every year? You need new banners?
Good point. And banners should be reusable, and if we design the lawn signs correctly, we can reuse those as well.
The farmer sign that goes in front of their place each year, unless you get a new farm course.
Right.
Just put the year on the sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you put the date on?
Yeah. I mean, we might want to have the date and the year on the first one, as a kind of collector's item. I don't know.
But you haven't done it before, but you have good enthusiasm from the farmers.
Yes, yes, we do. And we had a farmers forum middle of January. Russ was there,
It
and,
was very well attended,
yeah,
very well attended.
yeah,
Very
first one,
good
again,
program.
first ever. I thought, oh boy, if we get 5 or 6 people, we'll be doing well. At the start, we had 20. And we have farmers now coming to the AgCom meetings, which, I love that. So, yeah, they are enthusiastic about it, yeah, definitely. And as I mentioned, we're in the process of reaching out. In our current farm brochure, there are 12 farms. That's changing a little bit. Stan Broska, Huntington Valley retired, for example, and there's a couple of new farms that want to join. So probably it'll be 12 or 15 farms that will participate that day, I think. And then, yeah, I carried it forward to where, I'm setting myself up for a life sentence here with having this annually, but, I think it's gonna be a good thing. Also at the Farm Forum, that's one of the things the farmers were looking for, support from the town, drive business, to my farm. So this is one way, we can drive some business and raise awareness, and hopefully it'll benefit everybody.
I think that's the key, is the promotion and the advertising is,
And we'll do a lot, of course, that won't cost money, with emails, Facebook posts, website posts, that kind of thing that won't cost anything. We can, I'm pretty sure we can get articles in the, Southwoods and the Westfield News and without cost, so, good luck as young girls.
How much money is sitting in there? You said you had some monies from the leftover from the farm factor
Still
stuff.
from the tractor rally, it's about $1,000, maybe a little less. And I should mention too, we all, from our $950 in supplies last year, right as of this minute, I think we've still got $680 something. But by June 30th, that's gonna be spent. So just so you'll know that we do use the money.
I'm gonna make the same suggestion I made at that farm forum, that you get involved. I see Mike McMahon, our chairman of the Economic Development Commission, and get him involved with this too, because if we're promoting the farms, that, I think it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, definitely. And in fact, Mike and I talked about it. I went to one of their meetings recently, and that's underway.
Good.
Yeah.
Any other questions of Bert? Seeing none, thank you, Bert.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
Speaking of Mike McMahon, we got the library trustees next. Every year. Well, we want the whole library right up front, come on.
The library brings it out, look at that.
Look at that, we'll bring up more chairs.
Budget,
How come we didn't schedule Mike all in one day?
Yeah, that's true. Well, we could have just had him sit there for 3 or 4 hours.
You're good.
If we're on Zoom, so if you could please introduce yourself and your position.
I'm Michael McMahon, Library Board Trustee.
And I'm Lynn Blair, Director of the Library.
Morning. All right, Lynn, you got it.
All right, great. So not many changes this year. We managed to keep everything pretty much level funded. The only thing in the line items we asked for a little bit more funding is if you'll see, we asked for $2,000 more for programming. Currently, our budget is $3,000, and that will usually take us through about 25% of the year or so. From our most recent survey, our biggest request from the community was more programming. So we wanted to try to build a little bit more into our budget to be able to accommodate that request. Like I said, usually we spend through that $3,000 first 25% of the year, and then we supplement with money from our friends group, state aid, grants, things like that. Secondly, the other ask was on the salaries page. We were asking, we currently have 4 circulation librarians, and we were asking to take one of them, currently they work 18 hours a week, and we were asking to see if we could increase that to about 29 and a half hours. Last year, we had asked for additional help in the evening, and we've really noticed that that's kind of a hole in our services, is that we do have kind of a skeleton crew in the evening, so on some evenings when we do have a large program and we have 20, 30 people attending a program and we have one person at our circulation desk, it is a bit overwhelming for that one person. Additionally, when that one person takes their break in the evening, we have about 15 minutes where we have nobody at the front desk. We kind of have to supplement and other staff step in to assist. So that position would take on a lot of the roles. Since we have a very busy circulation desk, we were hoping to create this new role to kind of work as essentially a supervisor of our circulation desk, so they could handle all of the day-to-day issues that pop up. So myself and my assistant director, we often get pulled out there to help with day-to-day issues. So we were really hoping to kind of craft a position that can handle all of that general customer service on the day-to-day. And we were going to craft those hours so that it does cover, from when we have our morning shift, and then our evening shift, we were hoping to have the increase in hours cover, the shift change. Because there's a lot of things that happen during the shift change to make it smoother, as well as to have another staff person that would be able to be there to help out in the evening. And then lastly, we asked for a capital project. Our phone system has not been updated since 2007, 2008. So that price on there, the $3,325, is what they quoted us to include all the cabling, data switches, as well as new phones themselves.
Question. Sorry, we'll start with the last one. The phone system is right in the library itself. It's not, there's no other campus or a facility that expands to?
No, solely in our building.
Okay, so seems like, why is it a phone system, that's $3,000 to upgrade as opposed to kind of a couple of landlines, if you will?
Yeah, so what they're quoting us is they need to do additional, the data switch, I think he quoted us, was about $500, $600 because we need to upgrade. And then there's new cabling that they need to put in order to update the whole system, because it hasn't been updated in 2007, 2008, so.
So it's only voice, it's not data, it's not internet, right?
No, not internet. We get our internet through our, we have a free municipal Comcast line, but we don't really use that because it's highly unreliable. So we get our internet as part of our library software that we run on all our computers. So they provide our internet.
Yeah. How many phones are in the library?
I'd say between 7 to 8.
Okay.
Yep, so we'd be replacing all of those phones as well, ideally, and a big ask of the staff is to get cordless phones, because we have, and I mean, the models themselves are quite old, but they would like something a little bit more portable in order to kind of, if we're talking with somebody, trying to help them, we can take it with us as we go throughout the building.
Is that part of the budget now, or is that aspirational?
That's a capital request. We unfortunately don't have it as part of our current budget to fit in there, so we're hoping for it for next year.
Now, the increase in hours for staffing, is there any way to rearrange hours of existing staff? Can you pull any from the day and put it at night, or is the staffing that you have is really needed during the day and not move your hours around?
The staff generally during the day is overall our busiest time, during the day and the after school hours when we get all the kids from the school. So we generally can't move anybody around. We really need people where they are. But we have one circulation staff member who is interested in the extra hours. We've kind of crafted a draft schedule if in the perfect world we were to get it, so we could see what it looks like. So she covers a little bit of the afternoon hours as well as into the evening.
See, one way of looking at it, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the library is open 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. Thursday and Friday, it's open 10 to 5, and on Saturday, it's 10 to 1. So you're trying to cover all those hours, and with those employees being 18-hour people who get no benefits or anything, you could be covering during the day up until 8 o'clock at night, 3 nights a week.
I just didn't know if you could move some of those hours around, be more efficient, to say, but
I
you're
mean,
saying
honestly,
the
I
hours
think
you have are the hours you need.
Yeah, the hours we have, the
additional.
way we have it set up now really works well for us to cover all of the busy parts and when we need things
In
covered.
other words, during the day, typically, there's 2 people working the circ desk, circulation desk. In the evening, there's 1 person. So if that 1 person is out, there's nobody. There's no backup at all. And sometimes, especially in the afternoon, the kids from the high school are there at 2:15, and many of them are there until 5 or 6 o'clock at night when their parents pick them up. And then if there's programs going on, or there's programs going on sometimes for children 6 months to 3 or 4 years old, you go by the library at 10:30 or 11 o'clock during the day, it's like, wow, there's like 25 cars there. There must be a program going on.
Lynn, can you clarify something on where in the proposal it says you're taking one of the original existing 4 persons and you're changing one of them? So this new number you've determined at that other rate, which is under your union contract, comes out to the 26 number, but what's happening to the other position, the other dollars of the existing position that you're reclassifying? So is this, because this looks like it's the gross overall number, but what's the net cost? Because if you're reclassifying an existing person, you've got those dollars already there too.
In other words, he's asking the position, the 18-hour position at $15.35. Have you subtracted that from the 26,614?
No, I haven't to show the difference, but I could do it if I had a calculator. So yeah, they were.
So that's not the net number then?
No, that number reflected in the total amount there. That is what the new salary would be if they, yeah.
So we would minus the 18 hours?
Yeah, minus
Okay.
whatever the 18 hours, 52
Right.
hours a week.
Okay, that's what he was
yeah.
getting at.
Yep, exactly, yeah. So I don't have that number there, but that number, the 26,000, is what it would be. We determined the new hourly rate because the increase in the hours of the position, as well as the increase of, more responsibility, we worked with the union representative to determine that it would be a $2 an hour increase, because as of July 1st, the union contract, the circulation librarians would be making $15.35. So we determined with the union steward that $2 increase would reflect.
Yeah, okay, because that other existing number at that rate of pay times, that hours is 936 hours or 960 a year. So that's like 14,003. So it looks like it's about a $12,000 request.
Okay, well, it's actually more than that, Mr. Steinhardt, because now this is a benefited position.
Well, that part, yes, right. That's tripping the benefits for that.
What'd you say? Okay. In theory. Yeah.
So I understand that the state mandates a certain percentage of the town's budget to the library, right? And I'm sure it's more nuanced than, or maybe it isn't, I don't know, but is this budget above and beyond what that mandate is, and by how much? Do you know that?
We're gonna throw it out. Normally, we're adding money to get to that.
Look further back, Dave, you'll find a lot of that sitting there.
Yeah, I also, so we are required by the state to do a number of things. We're required to spend 19% of our budget on informational materials, so anything that would circulate to the public. We are required to be open a certain amount of hours, and a certain amount of those hours have to be in the evening. And we also are required, in order to maintain certification, is to meet what they call our municipal appropriation requirement. And so basically that's a big formula taking in the last couple of fiscal years. And so our municipal appropriation requirement for this year would be $469,935. So unfortunately, we don't have the salaries in here. to kind of, but I did do kind of a guesstimate working with the accounting department to try to get an idea of what the salaries look like. And it looks like if everything comes out right with the salaries, we will be above our municipal appropriation requirement, but not like drastically above. If that answers your question.
Yeah, oh, somewhat, yeah, I mean, it would be good to know what percentage or what dollar amount above.
Yeah, unfortunately, what happens with the salaries, the accounting department asks us to leave that blank. So,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, there's certain, you know, with my contract and our assistant director
Understood.
falls into the administrative category within the town, so we aren't quite sure what that salary is gonna come out to be, so I can't give you an accurate number to reflect that right now.
Basically, the state requirement is you take 3 fiscal years, and over the 3 years, your budget has to increase by 2.5%. It's not 2.5% per year, it's over 3 years. And 1 year, 10, 15 years ago, we went through this where the library budget was not gonna meet that state requirement. We had to go ask Boston for a waiver, et cetera. The town accountant at the time, which was 2 town accountants ago, Linda, she went through the whole process, and she had to justify to Boston, why was the library budget not increasing while police, fire, and DPW were? And she said, I never want to go through that process again, please. Whatever the number is mathematically, add a couple of $100 for rounding errors, but never have to go through this. The other consideration is in the last couple of years and the projected budget that the governor has asked for the next fiscal year, the town gets about $21,000 a year from the state and state aid. If you go back 8 or 10 years ago, we were getting 7, 8, 9%. I mean, $9,000. So 20 or 22,000 is good, and that can pay for some of the programs. The library in their budget, why this is, I don't know, but for the last 18 or 20 years, the library has been told, you want to replace computers? Use your own money or sell cake or pastry or something, but it's not gonna come from town hall. Every other department in town is funded through the budget. The library is not. Every 7 or 8 years, we have to replace a server. Wally Computer, another consultant said, well, the server and the software and all the rest is gonna cost you $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. The library is told you have to pay for that yourself.
Who tells them that? I've been sitting here for quite a long
Town
time.
hall has.
Okay, because that board over here, and I don't recall this board ever saying sell cake, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Kind of take that personal, but I hear what you're saying.
Right, and that's a good discussion to have.
Sorry.
If you look at the library budget.
I get that part, but don't,
For the last 50 years or so, there's never been funding up from the town to pay for computers or to pay for a server. The library is always told, find your own money somewhere.
I guess the question, I mean, Frank, the first time I heard of it, right? So we should have that discussion, right?
Yeah.
We had an IT grant 5 years ago. Believe it or not, the cops and the fire department actually are willing to play nice together, which never happens, and share equipment, right? I actually took a note here to follow up with Lynn on this phone thing, right? As we go through this Muni Fiber project, that seems like that's a ripe opportunity to integrate the library phone system with the town phone system and get that off your plate. So it kind of would lead to the exact discussion you just mentioned. There's infrastructure at town hall when we get the Muni Fiber and we're able to connect the library to a Ring network through the town. There's all kinds of opportunities to consolidate, including the internet connection cost and, whether it's a lousy Comcast connection or the CW Mars one, someone's paying for it, right? Whether it's coming out of CW Mars or we're paying CW Mars for that.
You're paying CW Mars so much a
Okay,
year.
but maybe they would reduce that if you're on the Muni network, which frees up funding for programming. So we should have those discussions rather than take a blanket answer of saying, oh, we sell cupcakes or something. That's not the right answer. The right answer is if someone tells you you can't, ask the question of why or how, to the finance committee or the select board as part of this overall deal, right? And the IT staff can have that discussion too.
I don't think there's any fiber or any kind of connection between the library and town hall. I know town hall is connected underground with the police department, the fire department, so I don't believe the library is connected.
The town is about, if we get a positive vote at town meeting, we will be installing a high-speed municipal fiber network to every home and business in the town of Southwick. At that point, it is trivial to have a internal campus network, if you will, that includes the schools and the libraries in that project. And it benefits everybody, especially the library, where they, right now, you're right, we do have a fiber network between, on campus here, but it doesn't include DPW, it doesn't include the library. We should absolutely be, and that's certainly been on the radar as part of the overall scope, but that's the opportunity of where you can do a lot of that stuff. And then also from the computer stuff, you know, we could certainly, that should just be a discussion to have as to what you're doing and how it can be worked on.
Yeah, since I've been here for a couple of years, I think generally what we do is, as Mike said, you know, we get state aid from obviously the state, and we've been using that to pay for computers. I know I've started during a weird time in COVID, so we've been really trying to be like very conservative with our requests. So for the past couple of years, my attention has really been to try to increase staff in order to take the burden off. You know, we're always short-staffed and people are very, you know, we're short-staffed. It burns people out. So my focus has been on that. So, you know, as Mike said, the past, you know, since I've been here, and I'm sure in the past we've taken care of our computers out of, you know, our state aid funds. But that's something we're going to think into building into the budget in the future. You know, right now I just wanted to clarify my focus has been on trying to, you know, see if we can get additional staffing or additional hours to kind of maintain that. And then in future years, you know, as we kind of bounce back from COVID, then we can take a look at, you know, as you said, building computers and that into our budget.
But one other note, and this, Dave, you brought it up, and it's part of the question, and this is where we wound up in the budgetary thing. In the MAR calculation, if we suddenly move, say we move the carpeting project to buildings and grounds, or you move the computers as a town hall as a shared service, the state doesn't look at that number as an expenditure for the library. They pull it out of your budget. Now you've got to bring additional cash to the budget in order to meet the minimum calculation to support the library.
Yes.
So that's probably some of the basis of, you've got to pay for it out of your budget, because if we pay for it out of here, the state doesn't look at that funding as part of the library, even though the library has full exclusive use of that product.
Exactly.
So
Anytime we make any major additional changes to our budget, that affects our municipal appropriation requirement. That's going to make our informational materials line go up because that has to meet the 19%. You know, so we don't take, you know, making big drastic changes lightly because it does affect a lot of things.
So speaking of the informational materials, it's a big number. What's the lion's share of what goes into that?
That, so that number, that's the one that has to reflect the 19% of the budget.
Yeah.
So that is purchasing basically anything that circulates to the public. So any books, movies, and anything in general, anything under the umbrella that, yeah, anything you can find on the shelf, exactly.
Could be the subscription to the Springfield Republican or whatever.
Well, sure, but it's also largely, it's the new books that you're buying, or
Yeah.
purchasing.
Yeah, I'd say that the biggest portion of it is the new books, and then just everything else that we have, like we have tools and, you know.
Music CDs.
Yeah, other media, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, anything that a person could take out and go home, and exclusive, you know, like newspapers or something that would stay in the building, but anything that's for use by the public.
Right.
Any other questions?
So at the end of the day, your 4 for circulation librarians ends up at 3, and then that 4th person gets the modified.
Essentially, yeah, we're taking one of those and just
Right.
hopefully increasing, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And you don't think you'll need that 4th person later for circulation? I just,
I mean, we were trying to make a reasonable ask with what we have
Yeah.
right now. The way I've balanced the hours, it's not 100% perfect,
it's close.
but it's a lot better, yeah, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Last call. All right, we thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
And the rest of your support group back there.
The squad.
The squad. All right, next up, let's see, oh, right on time, Cultural Council. Sue, we're on Zoom, if you could state your name and your position, please.
Sure. Susan Kohansky, Chair of the Southwick Cultural Council.
You have the floor.
I have the floor. We are requesting a level funded $2,500 budget request for Cultural Council. Lion's share of that $2,500 is the annual art show.
You want to promote it now? Since
Sure,
it's getting
April
close?
22nd, 23rd, right here, Southwick Town Hall. We have 39 displaying artists. We have a woman who's going to do needle felt demonstration on Saturday from 1 until 3.
What was that again?
Needle felting.
Oh,
You'll fit right in.
Yeah. Never mind.
No.
That's on Saturday, and then on Sunday, actually one of Pauline Thomas, one of our Cultural Council members who also does watercolor, is going to do a demonstration from 1 until 3 on Sunday. We have Sarah Clay and the Jazz Cats doing a in-house performance on the stage on Saturday, and Steve Piper and Friends on Sunday. Annual art show. This is our 22nd year.
Wow.
On Friday evening will be our annual Meet the Artist reception right here at Town Hall, and you are all cordially invited, and that is between 5:30 and 7:30. That's what I got.
Questions, comments?
I know you guys bring a lot of grant money in. Do you know roughly how much you bring into town for a lot of nonprofits and stuff?
I do. This year for 2023 was $8,500.
Thank you.
The state, that's a different fund than what we're asking for.
Understood,
here,
but just, you guys do a lot, and
Yep.
we never talk about that part of it,
We
right?
do, and we do. Some of our line item, we will have cupcakes at the.
Cupcakes and cake?
How about ice cream? We won't have ice cream unless we have a beverage, like, I don't know.
Sue, how many members do you have on the Cultural Council right now?
Right now, we have 7,
And how many can you have?
up to 22.
Wow.
We must have 5.
Okay,
We need to clarify some of our appointments.
I mean, it rotates, you can only serve so long, then you have to
Yes.
step off for a year or something like that.
Yeah, we are appointed by state regulations to 2 consecutive 3-year terms. After those 2 consecutive 3-year terms, a member is required to take a year off.
Okay.
And then can be reappointed for 2 more.
Thank you.
How long have you been off?
Off Cultural Council? I think
You
they
got that 1 year?
voted me off the island
Yeah,
years ago.
Okay, just checking.
As Don Desmond used to say,
Yeah.
the cultural wasteland of Southwick.
Oh, but we're working on that, we're working on that. Yeah.
Well, the art show is always very well attended.
It is.
And you guys are doing a great job.
Absolutely.
Forward to it. We don't have our promotional materials printed yet, but April 22nd, 23rd, right here, well, down there.
Sue, thank you.
You're welcome,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next up, the one we always like, the last ones to let us down, the Cemetery Commission.
And I think we had
Rumor has it, though, they're gonna let you down just, don't worry. You're gonna go nice and gentle. Let's hope you're facing the right way.
I'll answer that one.
There is something in here in this
Yeah, I'll
packet.
have
Yeah, so in the packet of stuff that we got ahead of the meeting.
There's some additional
Yes,
stuff.
the conservation one had the balance of the account, and then the next page was cemetery.
Okay,
So I don't know if that replaces what's in
everybody
there.
find it? It was in past,
Back
passed
to
out.
your, seat.
It's 2 pages.
Got it. Open up your clipboard, put it in now.
It's not from the old cemetery, the new cemetery?
We're not even gonna go there, David, not even gonna go there.
It's one cemetery.
They take care of it all.
Lisa, you have the floor. Oh, please state your name and position, because we're on Zoom.
Lisa Anderson, Sexton, cemetery Sexton. Obviously I did the budget. Jean's not here today.
Good morning.
Wherever you want to start.
Well, do you wanna ask me questions, or do you want me to go through the whole
Just,
thing?
why don't you briefly go through it, and then we'll
Okay, so
follow up
on
with
the
questions.
first page where it says the, capital items, the tractor, that's to bring the work in-house, because our, person that we have right now that digs for us is up there in age. I'm not sure how much longer he's gonna be doing it.
How many holes he's got left, yeah.
Yeah. He's got left. And then,
I'm here all day.
and then if you compare the prices of what we charge to dig a hole for a full burial in Southwick, it went up to, he just raised it, went up to $550, it was $450, it's $550. And if you go to other cemeteries in Westfield, Springfield, they're like $1,800. So if we do our own digging, we get to control that cost back to the families, and that's a good thing.
Who's gonna do the digging?
Well, there's a few people that know how to use tractors, so it's just about doing it. Right now, with the, way it was, this doesn't go like national, right?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Well, because like
Depends on
right
what you're
now.
about to
Trust me,
say.
trust me.
Well, I'm
Amazed
saying,
what
all
happens.
right, I'll just
Could hit
watch
Fox
my
News
language.
tonight, okay.
Well, no, I'm just saying like, when you have someone else outside the cemetery digging for the cemetery, they do a good job, but it's not the best job. So, and I'm not trying to beg our digger, because he's been doing it for years, he does all the other cemeteries, but he leaves a trail. And now we have to clean up that trail. So he drives right over flat stones, we don't do that. We wouldn't do that. We would purposely watch where we're going and go around and do it the best we could. So we're doing a lot of cleanup after a funeral, not just from the funeral digging, but we have to, go back now and clean up a row of stones that he chose to drive over. I haven't yelled at him for it yet, so that's why I asked if it went live. But that's just part of it, you get people that don't care as much as you do. He's a digger, he comes in with his material, he puts it down, and he digs your hole, he gets his check, and he waits for you to call him for the next one. But this way, we get to control what damage we're doing to we're gonna be picking up and cleaning up, so we would be more careful, is all I'm saying.
And in-house, you have enough folks that can use that piece of equipment?
Yeah.
And so
I use my tractor at home.
No, but that's what he was
And there's-
asking, yeah.
Evan, my full-timer, he's there, he uses equipment, he's done it for years, worked for a landscaping company. So, yeah, I don't have if he has to be trained on something, the place that you buy it from will give you that training. So I'm not worried about that part.
So there's no certification from the state or anything about digging a grave? It's just literally as long as you put down 6 feet, you're good? I don't know, I'm just
You gotta
asking.
know where you're digging,
Oh,
obviously, and
point.
we find the other
Hate it when that
family
happens,
members.
right?
But
But
they wanna do it in the daylight, not at
Well,
dark,
you know.
so.
So there's a way to find, if there's a plot of 5 in a row and there's 4 people buried and you gotta put it in the middle, there's a way to find the other graves and their, vaults, so that you know exactly where you're digging.
Oh, I get, but that, I just was thinking,
No,
the
there's
state
no
has so
course.
many rules and
Right.
regulations for
Oyster
every
license.
little thing.
You have to get an oyster.
Right, but I mean,
license.
I'm
That's
surprised
all
there's
that,
not some bureau of grave diggers, something that you have to carry a certification from the state, and there's a whole state agency that regulates the width and depth and whatever.
Well, I don't
So,
have to
oh,
get a
I'm serious.
CDL when I drive the fire truck either.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't, so there's not, so I'm just
But
saying.
we're gonna
so there's
check
rules
into
and
all
there's
that.
not.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying,
No,
there's,
no, I
you
get
know.
it. No, it's
But
fine.
if there's a license that we need to get, then we're willing to go get that.
Okay.
It's not like we won't do it.
Right.
It just depends on how big that tractor really needs to be, and that's what we're kind of weighing right now. What's the best? I don't wanna get a small one and go, oh geez, we're a foot short. cause our claw won't go down. So I wanna make sure we get the right one, and the one up in Belchertown says we can go there and dig a hole if we want to with one of their tractors to try it. So that'll be
Don't
a.
go for that demo.
Uh,
Don't do it.
Cemetery
I was
suicide.
gonna invite you to come with me, no. No, but that, you know, if there's a course to take, we're all down
Okay.
to do it. I'm not worried about finding someone to do the
All right,
digging.
I think we can
Yeah.
beat this one
Okay.
up. We can move on.
Almost.
Okay.
During the Capcom meeting, and it's probably subject to the further budget discussion, was there's 2 tractors on the budget here, one from Buildings and Grounds and one from Cemetery. So this may be an opportunity presenting itself to leverage that piece of equipment in more than one location.
You mean actually utilize
Just saying.
one piece of equipment between departments?
Right?
Never been done
You know,
before.
the river may part and, you know, the angels will
The sun
sing,
will
but,
come
you know,
How much cake do we have to
happen.
sell for this?
But the library can't use it, no way.
No.
But I also have a Kubota that has a bucket on one end, and it's a mower, and it's a huge mower in the middle, and then it also picks up leaves. So if that could go to the other person, if that's what he needs, or if he needs something different, I don't know what he needs, I don't know if he needs a digger, you know, to dig holes or whatever, but if that would suffice, I would trade that one, move that one over, put it in surplus, but I'm
We would
not
love
just
to
gonna
read
give
that.
it to you to put in surplus if I could use it and get a tractor.
Do
You
you
know what I'm
have
saying?
somebody on your board that could look into that? Mr.
Yep.
Connolly? Why are you looking at me? But
At
yeah,
what?
okay, we can do that. Mr. Connolly will talk with you and he'll talk with Mr. Sutton and report back to us.
Mr. Sutton is on this call here.
Okay. All right.
So I'm sorry if I missed it. So the 33 is new, it's in that capital new,
I put 33 in there because when we went to go get bids,
yeah, so it's a rounded number, it's.
yeah, it could be a little bit more.
Contingent, well,
On that,
Understood.
being able to dig that
But the
deep.
offset for bringing the service in-house and not paying a contractor to do it is,
So that's where I look at it and I go, wow, this, in a few years, if we're doing 40 burials a year, sometimes a little more, then in a few years, we've paid for our tractor. You know what I mean? In 4 or 5 years, we've paid for our tractor by not having to go up on the price for the people
all right.
and to keep that money. We would still charge the $550, and that would just go into a line item or an account or whatever. And that is what would be,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't come back for revolving.
You're gonna be
accounts.
generating
That's all I'm saying.
revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It will pay for itself eventually.
Well, it sounds like it might even pay for itself sooner than that, right? If you
Within 5 years, I think.
include,
Well,
is it like-
Conservation said you can't count on revolving because they never know how many applications they'll get. So,
Our numbers have been up over that. That's
I know, well,
Yeah.
all right.
all right.
The other one is, the roads. So last year, you guys, I came in front of you all and you gave me $12,000, I think $450, for the roads.
Yes.
And then I went to Crestview and they laughed at me and said, that doesn't even pay for me to bring my tractor in. And I said, okay, so what's the number? You know, this is your business, you give me a total of what it's gonna cost, and then I'll go back to them and tell them. So that money hasn't been used, it's sitting there. It can get rolled over.
So the price for 32.5.
So the price that he gave me to
doesn't
do
include
the 3 sections, correct, is 32,551.
Right, so if we take the 12.5 you have sitting and roll it over,
Right,
it'll drop that
so
number.
that's really what the number is, but I wasn't told to do that.
So basically,
Yeah,
$20,000 more you're looking for.
Yes,
well, because, and don't forget, because since COVID.
we had a great
everybody-
conversation last year. We thought we
Yeah.
could split it up
Yeah,
because it was just easier on the budget.
Right.
Not realizing.
and they don't
what
wanna
it
do
took.
that,
No, I
they
get it.
bring their equipment and they wanna do it all. And
Yes.
now because, there's a corner of the new section that, someone drove over and it crushed on the graves, now I have to get rid of that half a road, so we're not paving that part. So it might be a little, you know, around, this price is what I'm looking at, but might be a little cheaper because now I have to figure out that land.
And then because the way it's hilly in there, you can't do like a trap rock because it'll wash away.
Nope, this is all flat land, actually.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yep, it is flat
But you
land.
wanna pave it.
But the
Yeah.
paving is easier.
Yeah.
Well,
this-
just,
yeah.
just,
Cause that first section we just had surveyed a couple years ago, there's 125 or 130 grave sites there, and we're already sold out. I have probably 5 left to sell in that section, and I only have 2 sections left. They're bigger sections, but that's how, and half of that is people in there. So it went fast. I thought, oh, 5-10 years. Nope, we filled up, I don't know why, but we filled them up fast.
We have 33% of senior citizens in town. That's why.
That could be part of it.
COVID,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
probably part of it.
right, so, yeah. So I'm trying to really like utilize the land that we have there. Unfortunately, we lost the land that was in between, but, to buy it, but we'll have to wait till they sell again. So that's all it is for Capcom, the bigger items. And then, salaries, it's just basic, my full-timer, just raise them up over the next 2 years, and then, cause he's only 30 hours a week. And then the part-timer, pay is, so years ago, they had 3 part-time people and Bud. And now, so I guess I figured it out wrong, so accounting told me. We always opened at April 1st and we always closed November 1st. So the part-timers would work those hours. Somehow, from the time Bud left in 2 years and I've been there, I don't know, I only have a full person and a part-time person, so I have less people. And accounting's telling me that I only have enough money to pay my part-timer from April 1st to June. And I'm like, well, how's that possible? Because he worked till November 1st, now I have 5,100 left, so then I get my new budget, that's gonna get him to November, but then I wouldn't have the extra to get him through the next June, I guess. So I'm trying to change it, instead of giving him a raise, I'm giving him hours. But he's one of my best workers, and he literally, if he gives you 10 hours, it's like getting 20 hours worth out of him. He literally works every minute of the time he's there. So I would rather have him there from April 1st to November 1st, because there's so much work in the beginning and the end before winter and after winter. Clean up is, for two people or 1.5 people, that's a lot of work. And I'm there every weekend anyways, but I'm not counting myself doing the work. It's just for these guys. So he's literally working, I don't get it. Last year he came in like May. So I don't know how they calculated that I wouldn't have the money, but, so the difference for him is $2,400 at the $15.75 an hour for 15 hours, up to 15 hours a week. I would need an extra $2,441.25
To make it
to make the part-timer work from April 1st to November 1st. And then we don't close in the winter, but there's nothing for him to do land-wise. So that's that one. That's it.
In the rest of your budget, anything that sticks out?
Oh, it's pretty, I moved line items around, because they used to put 30,000, it's funny, they used to just put my whole budget in one line item and then just, a few hundred here, a few hundred there. And then over time, as I'm going, I'm like, we're redoing grass, we're seeding, we have a company coming in, killing all the weeds, which was never really done before, so I need more money in that line item than I do in my supplies. Do you know what I mean? So I moved money around, same budget, I just moved them around so that it would make more sense, so that at the end of the year, I'm not minus in this one and then gotta borrow from that one.
You're comfortable with how it looks today?
Yeah, the cemetery one, yes, absolutely. And if we have to tweak it in another year, we tweak it another line item or two with that, but basically, it
hasn't been touched in 20 years.
Yeah,
Right.
pretty much, I'm just doing the cleanup, that's all,
That's wonderful.
so it works.
Any questions? If not, Lisa, you're doing a fantastic job down there.
We do, I'm gonna plug, this might go live, we are doing Reach Across America, so get ready for that one. We got approved to do that for our cemetery veterans, so that will be a new thing for us.
Excellent,
That'll be cool.
excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next thing I see down here is the building inspector, and I don't see the building inspector.
Here's level funded.
No, I see Board of Health is, let's, Sue and Jean, the building inspector, I don't see him here. Do you want to take his slot, so you guys don't have to? We'll find out.
This is Jean Nielsen, and I'm Sue Broska, and I'm with the Board of Health.
Jean, go ahead, introduce yourself. We're on Zoom.
You can hear when I just introduced
A
her.
little louder.
I'm Sue Broska for the Board of Health.
I'm Jean Nielsen, Board of Health member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure what version you have of our budget, because we revamped it a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure whether Tom H. put a date on it. We're looking at the one,
What did you change?
starting with salaries. We changed, I guess the secretary that we had was getting 1605.
Clerk.
Our previous secretary was getting 15, I think like 69 or 67. So we had to revamp the secretary's salary to make it 1605, so that would be an extra $193.
We do have that. It says, increase salary up to 1605 per hour, 10 hour
Okay, so
work.
we got that.
We have that, okay.
Right. So we did that, so that's an increase of $193.
Yep.
Our nursing salary now comes out of the Department of Public Health Excellence Grant. So we took the $1,000 from the nursing salary and put it up with the health inspector's salary, because we're now paying him $75,000 a year. So for salaries, we're asking for an increase of $1,423 to take care of the secretary and the health inspector. Everyone follow that?
Yep.
Any questions? Under operations, we level funded that. We eliminated the immunization clinics, because again, that's coming out of the excellence grant. And we divided up that 556 into the education, conference, travel, and into the consultant.
Do you want to explain the excellent grant, how it works and how we're administrating it, things like that?
Okay, we're kind of muddling through it. Tom Hibbert is our new health director, and he is administering it right now.
And that is with other communities.
It's with, it's a total of 6 towns. So we have Granville, Tolland, Southwick, Montgomery, Russell, and Blanford. In that grant, and actually it's not just for nurses, it's for like health directors too, but we're using it for the nursing part of it. And we were able to hire a full-time public health nurse and a part-time nurse. The full-time nurse covers Southwick, Tolland, Granville. The part-time nurse, who is like 19.5 hours, does the other 3 towns. And Tom H. administers it. There's a lot of meetings he has to go to, and there's a lot of confusion in the beginning, and there still is confusion. He's working with accounting to do the different budget items. This year, we have to have this will be the 3rd year it's going on. The first year, we weren't able to hire anybody. It was getting things going. Any money we didn't use. First year, we just bought some equipment the nurses might need. The second year, in October, we were able to hire the nurses. This year, we'll have to return any money that we don't use, and then the new budget starts July 1st, and we're eligible for up to $300,000, where in the past, I think it was like $179,000, $175,000.
But that 300,000 could also include an administrator for the grant which could alleviate Tom Hibbert's responsibilities with the administration part of the grant, though he would still be like a supervisory position for the nurses and the administrator.
Yeah, the state is pushing for a part-time coordinator to do all the work that Tom is doing, because he spent a lot of hours on it. And so I guess we're gonna probably look into that, but also the grant. Then they're also looking into like a per diem health inspector who could help out the other towns when people are on vacation or if they just needed some help.
So if our health director was out due to illness or something like that,
Right, or they just.
that per diem could
couldn't
also
go to
cover Southwick.
So there's a lot of options of what they can do with that money, and they just had a meeting with all the towns last week talking about the things the options that they had. And also with that, say we got 300,000, the town can take 15% of that and put that in the general fund and use it for other expenses. For example, IT, all the time they're spending with our nurses and getting their computers up and running, or the extra time that accounting is spending on that. The town can use that money for whatever they need it for.
So is that $300,000 just for our town, or is it for all 6 towns?
It goes to us because we're the host, and then we use it for the grant, whatever can benefit all the towns.
Okay, so
See, we
$300,000
administer it.
It's a
That's-
$300,000
right,
grant.
right.
And how long does this grant last?
We apply for it every year, and supposedly it's supposed to go for 7 years, but who knows?
Okay.
It could go longer, but it's likely a minimum,
So we have 4 more years that all this expense, we know we've got the grant, but after the 4 years, we could be looking at having to pick this up ourselves if we don't get it.
A lot of that'll go away though, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Right.
A lot of it goes away.
Because we won't have the other 5 or
won't
6
need-
communities.
We won't need to do that, yeah.
Okay, so it's not something that we are
We're not
incurring
locked
now.
into.
Okay.
Right.
Right. And I like the 10% back because it is taxing on accounting and IT and, you know, the grant was wonderful, but there was stuff that comes with, like you guys said, so that would be nice if some of that can go back in.
That's actually 15%.
50%, thank you.
And then the coordinator too, if you do hire a part-time coordinator, that person would be responsible for looking for other grants. As if you want to go through that, not here again, but.
Any questions? I think we thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. It's not easy, especially with this COVID thing.
Real quick, though, the consultant part of this, what does that entail?
Well, that would be, for example, Tom H. has had Tom Fitzgerald come in and help him on a few things.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And also, when he's on vacation, if we need
That covers it.
someone to cover.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we need to take a break. Everybody agree?
Mr. Chairman, just to make note, we do have Kyle Scott online now. So you could either take care of him before you go on break or do it at first thing when you come out of break to get back on order.
What's the pleasure?
Do it.
Okay, we're gonna take Kyle right now.
Sorry, gentlemen and ladies, that I had no Wi-Fi for a minute, so.
Morning, Kyle.
Morning.
All right, okay, I think we're at, no, wait a minute. Building department?
Yeah, it's a little, isn't that?
Gotta go back, right?
Yeah, but when you open it,
Right after that.
yeah, Kyle Scott, building department.
Building inspector, okay.
Yeah, yellow.
All right, we got it.
Building department card.
Kyle, just introduce yourself, we're on Zoom, and your position.
I'm Kyle Scott, the building commissioner for the town of Southwick and zoning and code enforcement officer.
Okay, Kyle, you got the floor.
Basically, it's pretty much a streamlined budget from last year. Very modest increase to office office supplies by a few $100s, and that's pretty much it, the same budget.
And I don't see anything under capital.
Don't look too far, because.
No.
So,
Okay.
stop there.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna open it up to questions. Any questions of the building inspector?
Carl, Kyle, I'm sorry, I'm not doing good with names today. The permitting process is working fine, the
Oh,
online stuff?
excellent. No problems at all, no issues. I really like the software we use. It's a good program. And everything, I try not to tie people up too long. I'm trying to get the permits out quicker. Of course, where you need other board sign off, sometimes it does take a while for review from everybody, but it seems to be pretty good and I can keep ahead.
Do you see any weaknesses coming up that we're gonna have to address?
I don't see any so far, no.
Thank you.
And how is your workload right now, Kyle, and what do you anticipate?
Well, the economy has turned down a little bit, so I have noticed that new house construction has kind of waned a little bit. We were getting, several a month, and that's kind of been on the decline for the last, I would say, probably 4 months now. But the amount of additions and garages, barns, other buildings, that's remained fairly steady.
Thank you. Any questions of Kyle? Last call. Kyle, thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
Have a good day. Now we're taking a break. Motion to recess.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Russ Fox, aye?
Doug Mogul, aye.
Jason Perron,
Okay.
It's like a bad penny, I keep turning up.
This is what I asked earlier
Routine.
to do with, how much you take for revolving.
Oh, got it? Okay, we're reconvening, a motion of the Board of Selectmen to reconvene.
So moved.
Second, roll call vote, Russ Fox, aye.
I don't know, David's going.
Okay, aye.
Jason Perone, aye.
All right, we're back with a joint budget hearing, Town of Southwick,
Guys, make the meeting.
for the 24 fiscal year. Up is the buildings and grounds. David, we're on Zoom, so if you could please state your name and position and your guest.
David Sutton, Buildings and Grounds. Hillary Gilday, my right hand.
Okay. You have the floor, David.
Now, please go slow, because we have stuff all over the place with you guys with different
Where do
times
you
you
wanna
sent it in.
start?
I don't, you start, we're just gonna have to catch up.
You wanna
To
start
make
with
sure we're all on the
town
same
hall?
page. Is that something we've already had, or is it new?
No, everything you got is for Buildings and Grounds, we haven't touched. Parks and
Okay,
Rec
so
was-
building, yep, buildings and grounds.
Hold on.
So it says town hall, what's your top say?
What is it, yeah, what's the header?
What's the header on your piece?
Town complex maintenance.
Thank you, just give us a second. Town complex, maintenance.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you.
About 3 pages down.
Yeah. Alright. Of course, the biggie is the white elephant in the room, the tractor.
We have put Mr. Conley in charge of reviewing that, because we also have a request from a tractor for the cemetery commission. So if you could work with Mr. Conley and the sexton, Lisa Anderson, and review that, please.
Roger that.
So if we could move on from there.
That was easy. The only thing with the 5-year is the boiler replacement, but that could have a lot to do with the energy audit we're going through right now. Other than outside of that, there really isn't much going on here at the town hall. Thank you. And like, except for the 5% increase in operation items for DPW public safety accounts to keep up with inflation, to increase cost of repairs, contracts, and supplies.
The handicap accessibility, what are our plans there?
Well, the only thing that we got coming up on that is that the front entrance, where you come into the town clerk's office, you've got that crazy step down. And we gotta modify that. One of the things we're doing is we're gonna be flattening it out, so as you walk through the door, there'll be no step down where all the caution tapes are and all that. We're gonna be decking that off and adding another step. And that's where we got with that. That'll stop that trip hazard happening there. We had a couple of falls because they come in through the door and you're not focusing on that stepping.
Right.
Mr. Didi, the other thing we should note is several years ago, the Selectmen commissioned a report to update our ADA assessment of all our buildings, and that was done by Jim Mazik, as you recall.
I do recall.
So, and David Sutton was given a copy of that report, so there's always going to be recurring issues that need to be addressed throughout our town building facilities to meet the level of effort that was identified in that report.
Understood, Mr. Steinhardt. I wasn't trying to cut that number. I was just asking what's going on when it comes to our ADA compliance issues at Town Hall. Thank you, sir. That was his nice way of saying, be careful, Mr. Didi.
All right, where are we going, David?
Next one's public safety.
I think there was a separate page for that one, right? Yep.
The one that was in there.
Okay, public safety. You guys all find it? That was the one that was on the wrong spot.
Okay.
Wait, sir, sorry.
Public safety was the HVAC system replacement project. 60,000. And that's to remove what's there and to install an RTU above the back half of the building and tie it into the existing ductwork.
This building?
Pardon?
Which building?
This police department.
This went through Capcom with the other packet I gave you earlier when you first started.
The system has exploded twice over there, about a week and a half apart in the middle of the night, where the police station had to be completely evacuated. Fire department had to come in and vent the building. And it caused quite the stir. But the system that's outside, that's on the pad, is a 25-ton condenser hooked up to a 12,000 BTU air, 12-ton air handler. So it's a mix-match system to begin with. One of the compressors outside is already burnt up and operating only on one. Of course, the multiple leaks that we've had, the noise that makes out there, the two sergeants that sit in that area, sergeant of detectives and the sergeant supervisor, they can't open a window, they can't.
Do they spend a lot of time in their offices though? Shouldn't they be out on the road?
I'm not going down that road.
I am.
Which finger did you raise?
But when you're in there, it's so loud outside, the vibration is so bad.
Yeah.
The air handler occupies valuable real estate in that building. We're running out of room to put anything. We keep confiscating more and more room in the garage, trying to put things out there, trying to move. The armory is about the size of my closet at home. So moving that air handler out would free up some huge real estate to be able to let them to move whatever they want into it. And so that would be a big plus. So there's no downside to this. High efficiency RTUs qualify for rebates. Replacing components doesn't. And the list goes on and on. And this would segue into putting in a new building management system, which needs to be done down the road also. But that's a part B of it that doesn't need to be done now. But at least now with the new system in, then you can move into the building management system. You start saving all kinds of money on efficiencies. And that boiler also gets a whole lot smaller than they got in there also, which qualifies for the 5-year plan for that building.
And are we tight on the 60,000? Has that been adjusted at all, or that's?
That's still right around the same numbers,
Okay.
and there's about a 15,000 contingency in there.
Okay.
In the event, but we're still staying right in the same ballpark. And we answered all that.
Do you know what contingency means?
Pardon?
Do you know what contingency means?
Did you gonna use it?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that word like you mean it, and, oh, Joe, there's 15,000 in there, and, you know, it could be coming to so much less. I never see that come back. I don't know what happens. Mr. Steinhardt, I know you're gonna wanna interrupt me soon, but.
In the event of cost overruns, there's something there to fall back on.
In the event that it comes in cheaper, it's something that goes back, right? We don't add it and do extra stuff with it.
I'm gonna stay under my numbers because I don't want to.
I'm sorry.
All right, just as an aside, quick note. Number one, when we do get designated a green community, there is gonna be grant funding possibly available. Initially, we're gonna get about $140,000. But also, Mr. Mogul and I attended the fire chief's legislative breakfast, and then yesterday we were at the MMA legislative breakfast. And there is a proposed legislation to create something similar to the school building program or the library building program, but it also would be building in maintenance for public safety. So we are certainly going to be sending a letter of support of that legislation. So that would be something to keep in the back of your head, the possibility, because when and if it gets passed, we want to be right there with our application.
There's multiple locations throughout the complexes that could benefit by that greatly.
Right. This is just public safety, but that's fire, police, you know. Anything to add?
Well, the fire association or the fire chiefs association was advocating for a safety one, and then there was also from the bump report, there was also the former state auditor, showed how much cities and towns were shortchanged, especially in Western Mass, on infrastructure funding for public safety buildings and municipal buildings. So that includes, say, DPW type situation. So all of that, it's kind of a wish list. I think, you know, that's a long road to get that legislation passed, but it's something to keep an eye on, so when it does come. This town has been a very good steward of our money, but have funded projects when they needed to be done, like the fire station and renovations at the PD, this building, the reuse of this facility. But, you know, on the horizon, certainly the DPW needs to be on the radar and that kind of thing for, you know, basically a full-on replacement of that facility at some point in the future. So a building fund, you know, like the MSBA, but for public buildings, certainly would be a welcome thing for a community our size.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We'll talk about that when we get to it.
Dave, is the telephone completely independent from the 911 that you switched over to Westfield?
Regular telephone system?
Yeah, well, your telephone operations charge.
Yeah, that's a separate system.
Separate, okay.
The other item on the list was the finishing up of the floor replacement. We've been staggering that and moving through and getting rid of all that carpet and going with an epoxy flooring system that's durable and will last forever. And this will bring us into probably the last leg of this journey.
The last
and
piece of
it'll
it.
all be done and it'll look great and it'll all match.
Great.
We went in and we moved all the old lockers out of the hallways in there. We had a guy come in just the other day. We were looking at the lighting in the hallway as far as some upgrades when we go through the energy saving program and getting that a little bit brighter in there, and then the new floor, and that'll be very well done. So that's just the last leg of that journey.
Wasn't there something around the door, fire department doors, or was that last year's budget? I can't. This is.
Was in this year?
Yeah, that was the fire department.
Oh, excuse me, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that, first line.
Yeah, those are the garage door openers.
That's not in this one, though.
No. And then the 5-year plans of the boiler replacements for each one of the 2 buildings, fire and PD. We've got PD has one big giant burner boiler, cast iron, they call it 80%er, it's atmospherically vented, no efficiencies. So that's on the 5-year plan for replacement. And the heating system, same thing over in fire. They utilize 5 boilers that are staged, which is a great concept to do. Staging boilers is always great to do in this climate. But the ones that are over there are still cast iron 80%ers, old, 90s technology that would go far to replace. When you deal with staging, what they did over there is what we like to carry on into the police department, the same thing. When you have a system load, it's generally a load that's what you put out for emitter versus what the temperatures are and what the need is. And then the time that actually happens is only 2 to 5% of the year. So most of the time, you're using a tank for a gunfight. So staging boilers, what that does is that based on outdoor temperatures, at any given time, maybe only 1 boiler out of 4 will come on. So if you have a maximum load of 400,000 for the entire building at 0 degrees, your building load is probably 100,000 when it's 40 degrees out, and you still have to run the heat. But instead of running all this mega boiler system to come up and burn all that fuel for nothing, only a boiler to match the load would come on. And if the temperature starts to drop down, the second boiler will come in. And then if it gets even colder, the third boiler will come in. That's called staging. And that's what the systems that we're starting to look at doing for the buildings as we'll be replacing, we'll be doing that over here. So match the load to the fight. That's it for public safety. Next, DPW.
Go ahead.
The big one for DPW is having, you've got 10 sheets of glass down there measuring 6.
Let's all find it, hold on one second.
We're going back up to the top.
Highway division?
Was that didn't, that's, you had that, right? That's not new.
No,
You had it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's find DPW.
Did anybody find it?
Go to DPW.
It's the one with the big plow in the front.
Yeah.
Don't even start.
David.
Don't even start. You'll get them going. That New Jersey blood will be boiling.
division, and then,
Thank you.
Titan maintenance.
Oh, is it?
Highway division.
Has anyone found it?
Why don't you tell us about it, and then we'll try to get
Okay.
the copies.
It's, like, again, there's not a lot going on down there that we can really get into. But the biggie that we're going for here is 5,000 to, have window tinting done in the front. But not just your typical tinting, this is a UV protection. Now, what this does is that when you have glass and you have solar effect, you also have UV effect that can pass through a regular tinted window and increase the heat in the building. Down there at the front offices in DPW, when it's 80 degrees outside, it's about 79 inside the room. And the AC system that's down there, it seems to be missing a very large component called the second half that was never put in. So it's only running on half of what it needs to do the job. So by putting this material on there, this will stop that solar gain and keep that room a lot cooler just by stopping the UV from coming in. So we get these windows up and then we finish. I already have money set aside to take care of the first problem, to get the other part of that system back online as it should be. And then a few little duct changes, and then we'll be able to keep that at a workable temperature. Now, when it gets so hot in there, the guys literally have to leave the office. So this will go a long way to stopping the problem. And then we can take care of the handling of the comfort after that.
What was the, that's a capital cost, Dave?
Pardon?
Capital cost, what was the cost?
5,000.
5,000.
That does all 9 windows.
Right on College Highway.
Yeah. You'll see they wrap around the front. That sun comes up in the morning right across the street, and it just bakes that thing 70% of the day.
Could we put a row of abrevieties in front of that window, or is there opportunity to do something like that?
There's no place. You'd have to dig up all the asphalt.
Okay.
Remove the barriers, plant a garden, and that would be more than 5,000.
Yeah.
They have window shades in there, but it doesn't stop the UV.
Right.
Yeah, big giant, and it's only single pane. So there's no double windows down there, they're not energy efficient, but this will
Turnkey, you say?
hold the fort down until we make a decision.
Turnkey, yeah. The black hole, we call it down there. It was supposed to be a turnkey operation. That's what they told the voters. And now we're looking at tearing it down. Because Ty and Bond says it's not worth putting a cent into it.
Really?
That's what their report shows.
Laura's bringing us up copies of what we're talking about, so let's just give her a second. Okay.
Yeah.
I like having her down, this works out. This was like a text, but she's probably going, what the hell is he saying?
What we're gonna do with the DP.
What was that?
When are we supposed to be making a decision about what?
Well,
we're gonna
when
do?
Ty and Bond did the study.
Years ago when we bought it, that's when we made the decision.
Sorry, made a bad decision. But Ty and Bond did a study on all our buildings, you know, the roof here, the roof at the fire station, the masonry repair over there. So gradually, we've been trying to do these on an annual basis, addressing one. But when they got to the DPW, their recommendation was to build a new DPW.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if anybody wants to see the report, it's on the Selectmen's webpage on the top left-hand side under building conditions and sites. So it's a very comprehensive report that was done several years ago. So I'd suggest anybody to review it when they get time.
Right.
Just to
At that time, it was a $30 million estimate for all our improvements. With inflation, I think we're probably pushing towards that 40 million now.
And for the DPW, where would they, we be proposing to put this building?
I think we would be forming a committee to look at that. There's different options. You could build on one side of the parcel down there and then tear it, the old one down. Or you could look for a new site and then sell off that and put it back into commercial use, you know, to gain some revenue. I think we're gonna have to take a hard look at this. But certainly the new facility, what we need is, it has to be centrally located. And I think we definitely have to have it of a size where we can also do some maintenance of ourselves on our own equipment. And certainly safe enough for all our employees and staff. It's not easy. This one's not easy. That was kind of a shock to us when we got that report. Because again, it was sold to the voters. I wasn't on the select board at the time, but it was sold to the voters that this is the perfect building, turnkey operation, and we're not gonna have to put any money into it, and it's been the black hole ever since. We just keep putting more money into it, morning, noon, and night, and the roof is just about shot.
Just about.
And you also gotta remember, we also have emergency management uses it as its auxiliary backup.
But you bought a car dealership and tried to turn it into a DPW building,
Right.
so we put lipstick on the pig, but it just doesn't work, you know, the size of the vehicles.
Right.
Putting up bodies and stuff, you know, you need a lot, you know, and it just doesn't.
Sounded good on paper, right?
It was a good, it was never a good solution, but it was a good short-term solution.
Right,
But I mean, I begged Big Al Supranova, rest his soul now, right? Please don't do this, right? But, you know, they brought it to the voters voted to buy it. And there was, you know, there was healthy discussion at that town meeting about it. It was also a key rateable. I mean, look at where it is, you know, location-wise.
Yeah,
We do
I'd say
own-
that's
yeah.
dead
We also, you know, so part of the discussion can be, do you want to build a new DPW garage in the parking lot of the existing one and then raise the old one? Or do you want to go someplace else that's not right on College Highway and return a key rateable back, you know, back to the tax rolls? Because that was, you know, another hurt to that was when you bought the former Suburban Chevrolet property, now it comes off the tax rolls. So it was a, you know, kind of a double negative.
Right, and then
If
you
something
gotta
would have
have
else, you
someone
know,
interested.
it was during the carpocalypse, right, around the 2006, 7, 8 period?
Right,
Yeah, it'd be 2008, 9.
No, you can't make that assumption. You need to have it lined up that that's a lot of property, and you have to know that somebody, you know, I mean,
Well,
it's not gonna be another car dealership, because nobody else new has come in. All the hill towns have to run a half hour to
Right.
40 minutes away just to buy a vehicle.
But you know, if you look at the current climate, you know, if you're gonna have, for a developable piece, take a piece that's paved, right, and redevelop that site and make it a rateable versus converting, you know, undeveloped property to be something else. You know, and certainly from a use perspective is probably more palatable than not. So anyway, that's, wait, you know, while we were just filling time here, discussion, waiting for this piece, but.
I think one of the reasons why we even thought about moving to another location, we've had offers on that property
Oh, we
in
have.
the past.
Okay.
So it's.
You know what the address is down there? Okay. Anybody know the address of that?
661.
661 College Highway.
So if we vacate it, it's gotta get torn down anyway, nobody would move in and try to fix it up, given what we already know about it, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was built, it wasn't a single construction, right? That building was additions and additions and modifications to additions, and that's why it's, you know, when they evaluated the building, like, this is horrible and to the top grade of, you know, just bad, right? So, their recommendation was don't put any, you know, SEMA and DPW had come in a couple of years ago, so we want to put an addition on the north side of the building, and basically, for something, I forgot, basically Time Bond report says, yeah, don't bother.
It's also 2 parcels too.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's 6.5 acres of land, and the land is valued at like $400,000. And then, you know, and then you add whatever the value of the building was, if you wanted to sell it per se, and take that money, you go find another spot to site it, or like you say, you can take the existing parking lot down there, put up a new building on that side, and when that's ready, then you knock down the old building and make that your parking lot.
And does that 661 include the second parcel? Because there's 2, like, someone just said it, but there's.
I did,
there
yeah.
is 2 parcels left.
When it was originally went through citing and zoning, I believe Attorney Bucky ensured there was 2 parcels there. One was on the front left, so you could still sell that and even raise money to help finance another part of renovating the parcel.
Well, you definitely got some options to look at.
Right,
I mean,
yeah,
you
right.
know, definitely.
And I just brought it up here today, so everybody was aware, when we start spending money on the DPW, that you know what's in the back of our minds.
Right. The important thing you have to do is you have to wait till the remaining years of the bond is paid off, because I talked to bond counsel about it, and you know, one of the biggest things he's found is sometimes communities do a project and then they want to do something different on that site, and they find out they haven't paid off the bond yet. And so those are things that have to always be monitored.
So that begs the question, Carl. How much longer we got on the bond for that property?
I don't know, we can check. I'm sure there's a good 5 or 7 years on the amortization schedule.
But it's gonna take you that long.
Yeah.
To form a study committee. You know, my personal opinion is, and I don't mean to bias the committee, I'd be looking for another site, you know? And get that back on the tax rolls, but that's, because there is some wet areas there too, that I don't think we wanna
What about some
deal
of the
with.
farmland that's right across the street, almost, like it's right in that area? There's lots.
The Pratt property?
Oh, it's that, oh, I thought Apartments used to own that.
But anyways, David, I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay.
Highway Division Maintenance.
Fine.
Highway Division Maintenance.
We got our paperwork.
We got our
All right,
paperwork.
good.
Thanks.
We're all set on that. Now we can move on to the library.
We have that one.
I don't think we have the library, so just concentrate on this one.
That's the,
The library maintenance?
No, definitely don't have that.
What's on it?
The only thing is a 200 increase to contracts accounts to offset contract increases.
Yeah, that's
And then 5 years, another antique boiler. Isn't it the same thing down there as all the other buildings have, old cast iron, 80%ers.
The library you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though that's.
How many cupcakes they gotta sell for that?
Not to beat a dead horse, but we're gonna get $140,000. So maybe we can knock off some of these boilers.
It would make me happy.
Right.
You know, the thing about that, Russ, is originally on the DOER program, boilers were a
Don't tell me
permitted
that.
use, but I believe they changed the criteria, and that may not be something that's a permitted use of those funds, because they're trying to steer people to other types of, you know, heating sources that are not fossil fuel based.
Yeah. Short answer is a
You want
lot.
the truth or the one that?
Thank you, Mr. Steinhardt, for making my morning.
Geothermal and stuff, right?
Well, I wasn't happy when they changed the criteria after we started the process several years ago.
Right, because when you and I talked to him, that was one of the first things that we had discussed, was replacing some of our aging boilers.
We most certainly did, sir, even in the building you're sitting in.
Okay. David, we're gonna try to wrap things up now.
All right, good, let's get on to the Parks and Rec.
That one we got.
that is a new package, right? That we all
got
should have.
This one's gonna be a little confusing, probably a lot confusing.
And it's the revised number 2, 3, 24, 23, it should say up in red,
Yes.
in the little corner, guys. Okay.
Where's my cheat list? Start with the salaries on the top. We're looking to add 1/3 guy, a third 20-hour-a-week position for Wally Park. The first section on there, where it says combine all salaries and accounts, due to confusion on my part, that we're gonna just take that off for now. And withdraw it. I need to cross a few more Ts and dot a few more Is on that concept.
I'm sorry, Dave, what are we taking off?
The first one on there, on salaries, where it says combine all salary accounts. Yeah, I'm just gonna withdraw that at this point.
Now, while we're talking about that, earlier we had the Conservation Commission in here, that he said he had discussions with you
Yes.
about a part-time. Is that part of this discussion going on?
No,
This is separate.
that's separate. That's something they're gonna be transferring 4 hours worth of monies for trash pickup to all the parks.
Okay.
This whole trash pickup thing has become a little bit bigger due to the change in seasons and cycles, and if not, we're in a snow ban anymore. These parks are open year round now. There's no, these things aren't closing. There's no Millennial Trail, open all the time. Wally Park, open all the time.
Well, if there's enough snow, Wally Park should be closed. I mean, I get this year was the way it was, but when there's snow, it's
Yeah,
supposed to be
it's shut,
closed.
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
People still, it's still going, trash gets piled up everywhere.
Me too.
Yeah, we gotta get it all cleaned up. But no, that was something we worked on, it was agreed on both ends. So the new position is a 20-hour-a-week position to work up at the Wally Park, to take care of field striping, lining, and things along those lines. And leftover time from that will be done to take care of rest of the park maintenance.
And that offloads some of the work that you have been doing after hours and weekends and
I'm
stuff.
gonna put a few more people on.
But back to the first one, it's the 19.2 and the 5,700, we're removing both of those line items.
Not removing them,
Yes,
yeah,
it's
removing
with the
them.
withdrawal,
Right, that's all part of the withdrawal.
Both lines, yeah.
the first two.
And then there's the 75-cent pay increase for the 2 part-timers and the 1 trail worker that I have now.
So some of the things that were in the Park and Rec budget have now been moved into your budget? Is that, am I understanding that correctly, when it comes to like the lawn care?
Lawn care, there's no lawn care done at Wally Park outside of our guys.
That's the fertilizer.
Oh, the fertilizer account, well, that's different. The fertilizer account's being done up there, that's,
That moved out of their budget into your budget,
right. But not the whole thing.
not the whole thing.
Go ahead, Eloise. Hillary's
It's
got the grasp
actually-
on this.
like Cindy and Kara's portion of the park and rec budget, they have a few line items on there, and then we have the rest of those line items. It's still on the same park and rec budget,
Okay,
but it's just that we have access to
You
those
maintain
funds,
those.
and they have access to their funds.
okay. So the
But it's-
revenue that they've been generating to offset some of these costs are gonna offset in their budget, but not in this budget.
Except for the fertilizer.
Are you referring to the revolving account?
Russ, anything that they're generating money for to help offset some of these activities is just a pass-through from their funds to directly. It's not listed in the town budget line items. It's just never put on those, because if it's going to be funded through the revolving, you don't reflect it on the line item budget, which is a general fund subsidized budget.
Okay. Anything else, David?
Where we at now? Okay. Down operations, having all the landscape accounts come out of one beach contract and agreements. There's so many line items and monies being pulled from different directions that we're trying to get it all together into one line, so it's easy to understand and realize what is it that we actually have. Because you look at some of these and you think you have something there, and you find out that it's being removed for another line item or another project, and there's nothing left over. So by making these changes that we have on that list you have, it just makes it a lot more easier for us to understand what can we do. And what do I have available in order to get A, B, C, and D done?
Well, we're going to have to reconcile that through the accounting office, because what we've done historically is you want to make sure you're properly reflecting the charges under each facility's budget. But if we're not getting 4 or 5 different vendors for the same function, so we cost allocate vendor costs throughout the different buildings where the services are being provided for. There's a process of doing that. It's just a matter of David going through a couple of budget cycles to understand how we do that.
These will go a long way into straightening out a lot of that confusion. It's just basically housekeeping.
Yeah.
The next one on that list was the change of the account name for the rail trail vandalism to park and rec vandalism. We have 2,000 in rail trail for vandalism, and we have nothing for the rest of the park and rec. And and money is so tight and so limited throughout this that it's hard to find places to get some of these things fixed. We had $1,100 worth of damage done in one night at a bathroom at Wally Park, and had to jump through hoops to get it to pay for it. This way here, by taking that, making it park-wide, now we have the availability of the same monies that we already have, but to be used throughout the entire park and rec.
It's a shame we need that period, but I get it.
The next one is the increase into the field replenishment accounts. Things are getting so busy up at that park, and they're signing up more and more activities, and keeping that park getting it up to the level it needs to be. It's gonna require a lot of things being fixed as we go through the year. A lot of groundwork, a lot of reseeding, there's a whole lot of that going on. And then once we get it to that point where it's all done, then it's maintaining, and this replenishment will be basically used for that. We have a grass dead everywhere up there. And we need to get seed, and the right kind of seed for a ball field is very expensive. And then, you gotta keep reseeding it both spring and fall, because the growing seasons that we have are occupied by practices. So half the stuff we put in ends up getting killed. And then you have to get in there and redo it in between practice sessions, and hopefully something grabs and goes, so you're constantly moving this thing to a better level. The thatcher that we had gotten, we were using it the other day, made a huge difference, opened that ground up. Now, when they come in with the fertilizer, it'll start getting in there, but we're still gonna have to overseed a lot of the areas. We're moving into better crabgrass killing, and that's gonna open up more dead areas. And so we're gonna have to do a lot more reseeding there. The fields are coming up to a higher level with the schools coming in. So now we gotta make sure, now we got the sands in, and then we have all the materials, we gotta keep that where it's gotta be. So it's heading up the right road, it's looking really great up there. And then the increase for the lawn park care was an increase of 700 in the line item. And then the new items that we're looking for are 2 aerator attachments that can be pulled behind something. This is to open up that ground. Whether it's the gator, a tractor.
The gator does work though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just wanna make sure.
The,
Pick up.
our truck. And you all know what aerator is for, to open up the ground to get the oxygen and nutrients into the soil. And now that we have the thatcher, we're getting that layer off, and now we need to slice it open, get things into the ground, and get things growing again. The park will be gorgeous. Okay.
Questions?
Dave, with your vandalism report, do you have like an average that's done each year? Like, do you have like a, median, just?
1 year it could be everything, 1 year it could be nothing, that's from what I've seen. We're getting up there. One of the nice things is I go up there and work on my own time. I see all the kids hanging out, I go over and I talk with them. I did the same thing when I had my event at Wally Park, and I got 3 Corvettes and 2 giant, $100,000 trucks out there. I walked over to the kids and said, hey, come over here, why don't you look at these? Opened all the doors, let them climb in the cars and all that. Make friends with them. This way I know, now that they see that the curiosity's gone, they left them alone. I do the same thing up there. Anytime there's a group of kids, I go over and talk with them like they're my best friends. And I ask them to help me out, keep an eye on the place. You guys like it up here? Yeah, we love it. Help me keep it open. Keep an eye on what's going on up here. If you see some kids doing something stupid, tell them not to do it. And now we have, we put the pavilion lights on there, that at night, and that helps to keep, the other view as to what's going on underneath there. They do drive-throughs with law enforcement, so that's great.
So if they get internet up there, you're gonna change that lock system so
Oh,
those
yeah, we
bathrooms
get
are
it up
locked?
in there, those bathrooms will be locked at 11 PM.
Right.
Do you or any of your people have licenses to do pesticides and all the rest of the stuff?
No.
That's what we were researching this morning. Well, I'm looking into it right now to figure out how to get my license to do that.
Well, it'd save you a lot of money if
I
you
think, yes,
Big
you are
amount.
so right, Doctor. You are so right. And I'm looking into that right now. I've got some phone numbers I gotta call on Monday, and I'll go through the courses or whatever it's gotta take to get us licensed to do pesticide and fertilizer. And we have the machinery. We have a piece of equipment out there that will spread all this, just like the contractors use. It may take us a little longer because we only have 1 instead of 6, but we can still do that internally. But that, of course, that'll add to the hours, and we can offset that with the money we're spending on fertilizer. But bringing things home into in-house is what our goal is, and building the grounds across everything, is to start getting things done in-house. I'm spending all this money.
All right, there's no more questions. David, thank you. Hillary, thank you.
Thank you.
We're right on schedule to have the chief of police. I'm glad I'm on schedule. Fabulous, yeah.
Mr. Fox, what will we do without you?
Mr. Didi didn't tell us how to ask a lot of questions today.
I did, actually. I did. We gotta ask about. The proof's in the pudding on Tuesday night when you started asking me questions. I'm gonna smile and say, we're voting. Sorry. You had your time, boys and girls.
Bob, we're on Zoom. If you could identify yourself and your position.
Chief Landis, Police Department.
Apologize, we're running a little behind.
Okay.
But we do have donuts and coffee there.
No cake.
No.
I'll let it go eventually.
All right,
So I'd like to say I'm gonna be the only department head asking for nothing, but that's unfortunately not the case, but it is limited. So did everybody get a chance to read over the packet that I just provided? So we'll start right out with my police salaries line item. The first thing I'm looking for requesting is an increase in the salary of my administrative secretary to be in line with other communities and more in line with what the job entails, responsibilities, the longevity that she has the time. It's not a union position. I think that initially when the job was created, the base salary was probably consistent for what the responsibilities that came with it. They've grown quite a bit over the years, and I don't, the pay hasn't really gone with it. I've surveyed the surrounding communities and check with other chiefs as far as what their secretaries are doing for them. And so I'm requesting, based on the amount of time that she has been on this job, it's been over 35 years, that we would adopt the Agawam pay rate, and that would equate for her would be a $3.53 an hour increase. Her retirement will be coming up probably in a year or so, unless something else were to happen. And I'm not saying that whoever would step into this position would step in at that pay rate, but it gives us something that is attractive to bring in a qualified person in the future.
Just so everybody knows, we're in the middle of a pay review right now. We've begun the process, not just for this position, but townwide. So that is being reviewed at this time.
When will that be done?
Mr. Steinhardt, did Labor Council give us any indication when that study would be completed?
Not yet, sir. They're collecting, her and Nadine are collecting the information and setting up the comparabilities and so forth. Because this is a two-phase thing, remember, it's a pay equity study to comply with the state law on the review for positions. And then there's also comparability of positions for pay rates and benefits. Because the benefit component also has to be analyzed in the same context.
Good, thank you.
Fun fact, Mr. Steinhardt, 2029, your DPW will be paid off, just so you know.
That's good.
Thank you, sir.
That's good. What did I say, about 5 to 7 years?
You're the best.
Yeah, way to stay on top of it, boss.
That's why we keep you around, Carl.
For another 7 years. All right, continue.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, Bob.
My next request, again, under the salaries line items, is for the addition of 3 officers, one of which has already been hired. The board approved that several months ago. When I put together the packet, at the time, we had hired Kelly Yacom, a female officer. Since that time, she had given birth to her first child. She's decided that she wants to postpone the full-time employment, is going to stay on as a reserve officer with us. She's just started training this week, but we were fortunate enough to come across another gentleman who had just graduated from the police academy back in December. He's local. He's starting April 12th. He'll begin his training. He's coming from another department. The fact that he comes to us already with the academy is substantial savings to the town, because we don't have that. It's probably around $10,000 to send somebody to the academy with salary. So the purpose behind our current staffing at 18-man is to bring our force up to for 3 additional officers, is because right now we have 3 officers out on long-term injury. One's been about a year. Another officer's going to be a year before he gets back. The other officer is an unknown at this point. It's been a couple months. Work-life balance has become a huge thing in the profession, whereas It used to be that officers would work all the overtime that they could to make up any additional monies that they were looking for. That's not generally appealing to them anymore. They all have young families, they prefer to stay their time, their free time with their families. So manning shifts is becoming very, very difficult. Right now, because of the injuries, we're staffing 2 men per shift. That's it. You have an arrest, an accident, everybody's out of service. By having the 3 additional officers, it gives us a little more, right now, we just complement the staff to just still maintaining our patrol status. But our ability to do our lake enforcements, our rec patrols, our community outreach programs, as it is now, there's no extra. You just don't have the people to do it because all additional hours outside of your patrol shift is working overtime to cover those shifts. So it's just a whole different dynamic now on how we staff our departments. It's common across the country. Everybody's running into these issues. Police reform, you're all probably somewhat familiar with, is legislation is dictated different ways in how we train, what we have to do, versus what's once were maybe options in the past. So those have all created staffing issues as well. So it's, I think some people look at the data that says you have to have like 1.5 officers per 10,000 people. By that data, we would be understaffed. I think more realistically is being able to judge your ability to provide services outside of your just responding to calls. So I think this will give us some latitude in doing so. What I'm requesting is with our transition to regional dispatch, our last year's salaries for the dispatchers were $288,883. What I'm asking for is that we just do a transfer of salaries to fund the salary of these officers. I'm not asking for additional monies, but more of a transfer in the amount of it would be budget increase to 272,864. And this formula is also put together to take into consideration the benefits, insurance, holidays, everything. So, any questions on?
You got me confused really quick. So we hired an officer already, right?
Yeah.
So are you looking for 2 still or 3?
I'm looking for 2. Yeah, that would
Thank
be
you.
1 and.
Yep. So that rate of 272 is for 3.
Yeah,
So that'll get dropped down.
That third
Okay.
person is, their salaries.
Just want to make sure.
And I guess I didn't appreciate what you were saying about transferring funds to cover them, so you're not asking for an active budget.
Technically, no, and just I'm trying to transfer the dispatcher salaries now that we don't have them, because the regional dispatch
Okay.
is that those salaries from that line item move over.
Line item transfer. There's either police or fire that was gonna scoop that money up and.
I mean, it's important to know that in starting this next fiscal year, we go into our contract, basically as far as payment, with Westfield, which is $100,000 a year for the dispatch service. For the first 3 years, those monies is provided by the grant. Westfield deals with that, no money comes from the town of Southwick, so there's nothing there. After that, it being broken down now over the years, it's like 25% for a portion, 50, 75 as it moves forward. I think, from my opinion, is to be able to repurpose these funds, reallocate them somewhere is easier to do now than later when we incur that cost or other expenditures. I think now would be the easiest time to do that.
But you're really not looking for this, you're really not looking for the 272 though.
And you were saying, the overtime, the trend is that it's not as valuable to the staff, they're not looking to, but is there still a savings that you can calculate if you add the staff, what the net savings from overtime would be to offset?
Some people will make that argument that there is a savings. I don't see it. I think it's the cost of doing business. It's where we are. It's where our community is. It's where the demands of the police department is now than it ever was with the different outreach programs that we try to provide, the services that we do, the amount of training that we have to send our officers to. You know, it takes, when I pull somebody off the road to go to training, I have to fill that spot in most cases. And it's usually not just one person. Like, for example, this past week, we had 2 guys, especially short-staffed as we are, and we had them in the Rad Kids program training so that we can come and teach the youth, you know, it's about decision-making and good choices and things like that, but that took them out of the role for the entire week. And being understaffed, that's every single day, those officers were gone, we had to have somebody fill in those roles.
If everything is a priority one, Chief, would you be able to, you know, in your mind anyway, you're asking for 3 positions, stagger those or define those in different roles such that you could prioritize those if we had to, because that's a...
So, if one person doesn't do, it's almost like I'd like to staff 1 on each shift, because we work the 3 shifts, and that way we keep our minimum, or manning up on those 3 shifts. I'm gonna work with certainly anything that you give me, and I certainly appreciate anything that you do. The fact that we're in the scenario with this dispatch transition and those funds right now available before they get allocated somewhere else, I think it'd be less painless. I think that because there is a process in which these officers, depending on if they come to us fully trained or have to go to the academy, depending on who the new hires would be, there can be 6 months to almost a year before they see the road, so.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, you can't ignore the fact, though, that the town was expecting a gain from that transition. That's what we proposed, right? And now we're saying it's not really there because we've got to.
And that was prior to the police legislation and all these new demands that came up. And again, you know, we've never been faced with having an example where we had 3 people out, and one, actually we had 4, he just returned, but he was on military and extended military leave. Every officer, just like everybody in every department, has had COVID over the course of the year. So you take that on top of, you know, vacations and then their normal time off, you just put your staffing always at, you know, in demand.
Do you have metrics to back that up, like mean time to respond to calls or anything like that, to show that, you know, your staffing situation has costed the town in terms of response time or anything like that?
I mean, I don't know that I have good data right at the moment for you, but certainly when you only have 2 people working and last night we had a very assaulted individual. Requiring the person got tased. It took probably 3 to 4 hours of our patrol guys' time, so we start stacking calls. Occasionally, if they're available, the state police actually came out to help because of our lack of staff. So, for the first time, it's like somebody's calling in for something that it's significant to them, but to us, it's, you know, we have to kind of tell them, you know, we have to call them back, we'll respond later. Other departments have gotten to the point where people are just electronically filing police reports. We're not there, I don't anticipate being there, but that's, you know, where it's getting. You know, we're no different than anywhere else. Our calls for service continue to increase. And that's not gonna change. As we grow, that is just absolutely not gonna change. And I think, again, the biggest one thing is the health of your officers is really predominantly taking the forefront in police reform because of the incidents that you hear out across the country with whether it be excessive force or injuries, and it has to do a lot with the amount of hours these guys are working. So it's, you know, officer wellness is extremely important.
Chief, I have a question about the math, and forgive me, I probably was aware of this at one point. When we went to regional dispatch, where, I'm imagining there still is a cost to that we have to pay into that. Where is that getting paid out of?
Right now, this first year till we hit the next fiscal cycle, we're providing that cost because we want to start fresh because we started midstream, so that's already been taken care of. There is a bill that just came, there'll be one coming in end of June. Again, that money's already been earmarked.
Where are you
So-
pulling it from, though? That we just want to know what line item.
Carl? If you could turn it-
Yeah, it's coming from, the auditor is permitting that to come from this year's leftover dispatch department budget, as well as some funds that were, I believe, approved under municipal modernization transfer at the end of last fiscal year. So those costs prorated to finish the current year we're in now have been accommodated for. We will, when we go to town meeting, do the formal vote to transfer between the line items as the outside auditor has recommended. So Laura's aware of that. Tom Scanlon, the auditor, is aware of it. So that brings us through to June 30th. And then what Bob's talking about, those other $100,000 a year charges for the regional dispatch will be all on a fiscal year basis for fiscal years 24, 25, and 26.
Which those monies are, they're technically reimbursed back to us, but it's a paper trail. It goes through the grant with Westfield. You don't provide any money on those 3 years.
Okay, I was just trying to reconcile the 272, where that came from, that you have that to transfer, and it actually ends up being like, what, 181 you figured out?
Yeah, it's 181,892 for 2 officers, because you've already got one.
Well, we have one, but what I'm saying is that the salaries that I'm told it would cover those 3. Because right now, this first officer hasn't started yet, so we would use existing funds to pay that salary to the end of the year, or fiscal year.
Okay.
And then the new fiscal year, that salary would be coming from
there. Okay, so we don't have it sitting somewhere. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, you gotta realize, we're, the people that are out, you're still paying those salaries. So when Bob had to backfill them with the individual that he just talked about that came on,
Gotcha.
we still have to deal with that cost for the remainder of the year. But again, we've got dollars to do that as a housekeeping transfer before June 30th.
Understood.
Thank you.
And so there's 280 sitting in that other account that we're no longer gonna need?
Well, at the end of the year, there'll be 288.83
Okay, thank you.
as of, I'm looking back at some older numbers earlier, March, I think, available back then was 128, 679.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, what happens is that's the current dispatch budget. So what the chief is advocating through this proposal, as well as the fire chief on some of his requests, is to take some of those dollars and to reprogram them.
No, we understand. We don't see that in front of us. That's all. We don't, what I'm saying? It's all good. We're just
Yeah.
turning into geeks.
Because it was in this year's budget for some, we funded
And we get
dispatch
that.
fully.
We get it. Yeah.
Even though we transitioned, so some of the money went
Yes.
unspent. He's gonna use that money in this current fiscal year to cover this one officer, but knowing in 23, you've gotta cover the whole nut.
Yes.
Right. Right.
Now, Carl, you made the comment that we're still paying the salaries of the 3 officers that are out on leave. I'm assuming that was a workers' comp type of situation?
2 of them are, 1 isn't.
Yeah.
So is some of that being covered by workers' comp?
There are funds that come in and they go into the general fund. The reimbursements.
So you did hit the workers' comp insurance for that, all right?
Yeah, because in Massachusetts, it's not workers' comp for police and fire. It's another law and statute in a different percentage. So it's a different program under the law than workers' comp, but it's the same. The analogy is the same. And we do have an insurance product and the chief does end up recovering monies, but we can't put those in an account like we'd like to and then just use those to offset. They just go into the general fund.
Anybody wants to know the law, it's Mass General Law, Chapter 41, 111.
They're out?
Right.
All 3, yes. They get hurt off the job.
I talked about it off like I don't
They
know.
got hurt off the job, so, what they're doing is they're on light duty, and, they literally just had their 2nd surgery, a month ago, just came back this week. So they're still collecting their salary.
Okay, so nothing's covered by
Not
a
on-
disability
not
type
for
of
him,
insurance?
Not for him, he's just on his basic. And even the limited disability that we get on the 2 officers hurt on the job is very minimal. It's like $500 a week. So they still collect their full salaries without taxes. Any other questions on that?
No, I think we gotta move along.
I had one. You said you didn't want to go to the online reporting. Why?
Well, at the moment, no. I mean, we're able to handle the calls that we're getting. At some point, that may come to that. I know you guys do it for some things. But until I can see that we can't handle the call, whether it be a stolen bicycle or a mailbox, we're still gonna go to the house. I mean,
I know people expect to be, they expect that service, but.
Yep. I know sometimes it's unrealistic.
People get used to it.
Yep.
So-
We're still Southwick though, remember, we're
Exactly.
still Southwick.
I know.
The line's right over there, but you're over here now, son.
I
You're in
got it,
Southwick.
I got it.
It's all good.
Okay, next under operations is our cruiser maintenance, and I'm looking for 4,313. It's a 15% increase from where we were, and that's just again the forecast for parts and service to maintain our fleet. Computer supplies, same thing, just to the increase based on what our vendors are telling us. So we're looking at $876, 15% increase from last year. Under operations, again, cost of the surplus for the our equipment is another 15% increase, 3,413. And canine supplies, our canine officer said that he's kind of been under budgeted for a few years on that. So just because of the price of dog food and what it's come to be, so a budget increase of $500 on that. Under new operation line items, supplies, it was a request from accounting that we create this line item. And this is just to cover expendables, pens, tape, binders, folders, etc. So we're asking for $2,500 for that.
Does that show in a different line item than where it used to come out of?
Yes.
And it's reflected in the
Try, I
budget?
guess, consolidate some things and based on the parameters they work under, they're hoping that we have to establish this separate line.
So there's a different line item that went down a little bit because we're moving into this one.
Well, we're usually kind of, right, the cost of things going up, we're always kind of stealing here, and here, and we've gotten very, well, it seems like with accounting and their parameters have become much more restrictive of where we pull our money from.
Right.
Yeah, so our budgets are never, and we're not fat anywhere in those items, so I don't believe anything's being, at least from my perspective, I don't see.
Okay, thank you.
You're accounting for all the pencils and pens?
Yes, yeah, we don't give out as many much anymore.
I've got a supply
Well, if you went to
question.
online, you wouldn't have to use as many pens and pencils, right?
Yeah. Well, I've got a supply question
Touche.
for the board. Do we have like one, say, office supply company or contract for the whole town that they go through to?
There's a truck that's here all the time. What's it called? WB Mason?
Yep.
Okay, that's what,
Yeah, I think
I
they-
just didn't know if
They
we
seem
were
to.
actually doing that, or does the police go and get their own, the fire their own?
Well, they probably do because they have their separate budgets where they pull from.
Yeah, Karen, Mr. Didi, Karen, we use like Quill and those types of order systems. We don't have a supply depot office because I know some organizations will, they'll do all the pre-ordering and then they'll have someone just dole it all out. But these different departments,
That I work for.
yeah.
You actually have a real keeper of the paper clips?
At your place?
Out of our facilities.
I'm teasing, Carl.
No, out of our facilities department,
No, right.
they handle
I get it.
all ordering goes through
But I
them,
think-
and there's a
Yes, including
contract
paper.
with a supplier.
Yep.
Yes, it's.
So
all-
each area gets the supplies they need, but
But
they
they-
have to go to
It
one
goes through a
person.
central
You don't have a
location.
million people
You could
ordering, you can
decentralize
get
and
a
get rid
better
of that
price
one
point
person.
with that.
And there's a contract
what'll
in
happen.
place
You're
to
exactly
try
right.
to get the best prices.
Yep,
So
we
that's
we
what
do
it's
that
for.
for the we do that for the large bulk stuff like the copier paper. That's all secured. It's centrally ordered, it's secured, and then it's delivered by Mr. Sutton's staff to different facilities in town when it's needed.
Like all our
Paper's
letterheads
expensive.
and envelopes and stuff
Yep.
like that.
Yep, Robin and Lisa do that.
Okay,
So I guess the answer is we are trying.
okay.
Right, it's half and half.
Can we apply for that job? Because that's his whole new job.
Paper clips? No, I already got a specialist handling
Yeah,
paper
specialist.
clips.
Keep it going, keep it going.
I got a surplus in my office of those.
Go ahead, Bob.
All right, so the last thing, which isn't on this one particular sheet, it is on your other accounting sheet, is for the two cruisers,
Yep,
which is
we have that.
standard every year, so 1095, we got the Capcom through last week. And that's just in keeping with what our normal inventory.
How many cruisers do we have?
I don't think it's from Tommy Crockett keeps our status, because we just turned an old car into what is for traffic control
Yeah, I saw it
officers,
the other
right?
day,
So, plus we have a pickup truck or utility vehicle, which is used for inclement weather and different things. So we have 4 marked cars for patrol, a traffic car, detective has a car, lieutenant has a car, but that's also utilized as a line vehicle as well. I have a car, and the school resource officer has a vehicle too. And then we have, what we're trying to do is, working with Carl and town council, is we're trying to establish a revolving fund. Whereas when our cruisers go out on details, because now every vendor almost is asking for a car. So everything's coming off of our line. So we're trying to repurpose some of our older cars that are no longer any good to even the town because of the new environmental program that we're part of. So our cars are going back to the fleet. So if we can repurpose a couple cars to use for details, is the $20 an hour that we charge that goes to the general fund. We want to go to a revolving account to support the maintenance of those cars, which would be oil change, some basic stuff. And then that'll take some of the wear and tear off of our line fleet.
Is all the school resource, cost borne by you or the school department?
Us, yeah. I think it's beneficial to both, because we do have that body in the summer, but generally that's when he takes his time off, because he tries to, save all his time throughout the school year. But on snow days, vacations, things like that, when we do get that body, he doesn't have something going. But if the school would like to donate some money.
Dave, that does get brought up quite
That's not
often,
your
because
budget.
we're sharing that resource officers for 3 communities, right, technically?
Yeah,
And we are writing a check for that. So every couple of years, it does get brought up, and they've come a long way, though. I believe they do let the other towns' chiefs come in now finally a little bit.
They
but
come
that's
to
not-
visit, but that's all the legislation and everything with their certifications, and it's a whole different dynamic now than what we once did. So, they come in and say hello, but that's to the extent of it. But they're great liaisons back to their towns, so when we have a kid up there that needs extra services or things like that, or they also provide intel and information back to us, if the kid's got some issues at home or things like that the schools can kind of keep an eye on, so we still work close with them.
So I know you wanna, too bad, Russ. So where do you see us, as we hire these officers down the road, whether we do it this year, next year, or the following year, it's gotta happen. How do our cruisers look? Do you see us expanding our fleet?
Not at the moment, no, we should be able to, with what we have, the way the detective handles our rotation, and we assign people to cars, that it shouldn't change our fleet.
Animal control.
Okay.
$1,000.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bob.
So, animal control is basically just salary request adjustments. We're gonna pretty much level fund the operation side of things, which we talked to Liz, and she can comfortable where she's at for the year, is I'm looking to increase, it would be the ACO's pay, and this is based on the fact when we became a regional shelter, and even when the shelter was built, the there hasn't been a new job responsibility description written up since 2010. It's taken on a whole different level of responsibilities as we manage for other communities. Animal control officers that are coming into Southwick to bring their animals are actually paid significantly more than the individuals managing their animals and caring for them, providing them medications, and we do substantially very well financially what we bring in from West Springfield and Agawam in our contracts. So I'd like to bring, again, her pay currently is 1873, and I'd like to, see it come up into the West Springfield category. Somewhere around the $24, $25 mark. With that being said, I'm also looking for the assisted animal control wage, which is currently $15.34 an hour, up to borough standard of 1873. When I put this together, we had yet to have hired somebody as an assistant ACO. We actually did about 3-4 weeks ago, hired somebody. So they're working 16 hours a week they're gonna be working. Liz currently works 20 hours a week, that's not gonna change. So that's all I have. Questions on those salaries?
See none, thank you, chief.
All right, thank you very much.
Does anybody need a break, or can we go right to the school?
Take 5, please.
Take 5. Take 5, we're gonna take 5. Okay. Karen, did you turn it off or didn't turn it off?
No, no.
I turned it off.
Okay, I think we are ready.
Yep, you got it.
All right, we've returned from our break. We're in a joint budget hearing for fiscal '24 with the Finance Committee and Select Board of Town of Southwick. And we are honored to have the Southwick Town and Granville Regional School District representatives here today. We're on Zoom. If you could please state your name and your position.
Joseph Trammell, Interim Director of Finance and Operations.
Jen Willard, Superintendent.
Rob Stevenson, Chairman of the School Committee.
Thank you very much, and I apologize if we're running 2 minutes behind schedule, but you have the floor.
Thank you. So I know a lot of you were already at the public budget hearing the other night, so I'm not going to go through the big, long, lengthy presentation again. You're welcome, Doug. Some of the things I just want to highlight in the budget, and I always do this in my presentation, is like, what are the big changes that really are affecting this year's budget? And there was actually a slide in the presentation. And one of the big highlights to our budget is we have created, using ESSER funds, 3 in-district special education programs. One of them is for a social emotional program at Woodland School. Another one is for a program with children with autism at Woodland School, and another one is a social emotional classroom for children at Powder Mill School. They are currently being funded with ESSER funds. Next year, the need for these programs is still going to be there. We still have children who need these services. And currently, as I said, it's part of the ESSER funds, but next year they will be in our budget. So they are not included in our budget this year. Another big portion of our budget in capital requests is going to be a network upgrade in wings 1 and 4 at the regional school. They are getting spotty internet service. Joe Trammell could probably speak more to that if you have questions, because he's there and he was experiencing it. As you noticed, we had to change our MCAS scheduling for this year because we have our 7th, 8th, and 10th graders all taking the MCAS on the same day. The MCAS is on a computer, and when all of our students are in the school trying to access IT and the network at the same time, we run into roadblocks. So I'll stop right there in case you have any questions for Principal Trammell on that.
Just quickly, you said, I didn't hear this at the other meeting, it's limited to just 2 areas in one school?
Primarily.
Okay, and does that mean like next year, there's, there's gonna be a need to do the same or similar upgrade somewhere else in another part of a different school? Or?
The upgrade would be for the entire building.
Okay. All right.
Entire high school building?
Section 1, 3, or something like that.
See?
Something like that.
The first,
There's 2, yeah.
the first wing and the fourth wing have the most classrooms in the building, and at any given point during the day, they host the most students and computer activity during the day. So the equipment that's in the classroom that's supposed to facilitate the internet services to the students, students are having a difficult time logging on. And to pinpoint exactly what classrooms are going to work on each day is a challenge. So because of that, because of the frequency and the first and the fourth wing in the high school, that's where it's, in the regional school, that's where it's not the biggest need, but the problem persists throughout the building.
And the upgrade will solve it pretty much for the whole 3 campuses. Thanks.
Correct.
The other thing too is we have another project that we're using with ESSER 2 funds. It is to update the access points because they will be out of life at the end of next December. They're at the end. We have to replace them. So hopefully that will be done. I know Joe Trammell is working with Garland Green, the IT director. They're in the process of writing RFPs so that we have to follow federal procurement laws because it's federal grants. It's a lot lengthier. We can't just use state-approved vendors, you can't, it's much more complicated using ESSER funds than it is to just use state funds. So there's a few more hoops we have to jump through, but we anticipate getting there. The other highlight to the budget is we did increase,
Can you go back to the, so when we were in Powder Mill though, you guys were talking about Powder Mill at the time, right? When we were talking about the IT stuff,
talking about Powder Mill.
right? We were sitting in the cafeteria,
Yes,
talking about how all that shit doesn't work.
those are the
I'm
access
sorry for
points,
swearing.
that's
All that
what,
stuff doesn't work.
yes, so that's what we're hoping to get accomplished by the end of this year. There's 2 phases to this project.
Okay, well, I just heard high school both times, okay,
Okay, no, so, well, access points are across the district.
thank you.
You're
Okay, it's
welcome.
not just the high school access
No.
point, there we go.
The network issue is primarily up at the regional school.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. This is probably going to be our final year of significant offset using E&D funds and school choice revolving. We have $1,055,000 in to use as school choice this year. We typically use our school choice to offset our special education out-of-district tuitions and the majority of our out-of-district vocational tuitions. That number is rising and rising and rising, and we can no longer solely supplement our out-of-district needs with school choice. Now remember, we're using $1,055,000, but we're only taking in about $650,000. You're the finance committee, you can see how that mathematically is not going to keep working.
Most of the seats
So
How many school choice seats do we have in our district?
we have about 130 right now.
That end up taken up, do we?
We just accepted 10 more.
8 or 10 more that we
8 or 10
added.
more in the last week. So that should increase it for next year. We've taken as many as we can.
How do you determine that number? Can you take any more? Or is it like by grade, what you have for teachers already?
Yeah, we look at, our primary responsibility is to the children in Southwick, Tallinn, and Granville. And one of our priorities is really keeping class sizes, especially in early education at a lower level. You really don't want more than 20 kids in an early education classroom. 18 is really the ideal number. We used to have 6, when we had higher enrollment, we used to have 6 teachers at a grade level. We're now down to 5 because we have a declining enrollment. So we can't take in as many school choice seats, but we look at it, we're gonna evolve, and with Chairman Stevenson, we're gonna look at it a few times throughout the course of the year. So when we can add, if we have kids on a waiting list, and if we have kids who are moving out, we'll take in school choice students. So it all depends on the grade and the needs of the kids at the grade as well. It's not just a numbers game. If we have a grade level that has some kids who are exhibiting some severe needs, we don't wanna just add more kids to that grade level. So it's a numbers game, but it's also, it's quality to our kids. They're our priority. E&D, we did add an additional $40,000 from what we contributed last year to the budget. We are at about our max at E&D at 1.3, so we feel comfortable being able to add that additional $40,000. I don't know where we're going to be at the end of this school year, but I can tell you that with the ESSER funds and all this grant money that we're getting, we're doing okay. So I can give you an update on E&D much closer to the end of the year. The big things that are really affecting our budget is the significant increase to our out-of-district vocational tuitions and to our out-of-district special education schooling. Those are things that are out of our control. Kids are entitled by law. If we do not offer a Chapter 74 program at CTEC, by law they are have the ability to access either Smith, Westfield Technical Academy for a program of their choosing. I thought I put in worst case scenario based on the information that I got from the regional school, but I told you not all applications have to come in until April 1st. So I believe in my budget presentation, we had, was it 40? 44 kids leaving, we're now at 46. So that's an extra $40,000 that's going to be in our budget that it's not accounted for. I'm not looking for you to give us any money. I just found out that rural school aid, they just added $2 million more dollars to rural school aid from last year, which was 6.5 million to 7.5 million, which Chairman Stevenson figured out was gonna be about $50,000. So we do use our rural school aid to offset our vocational out-of-district tuitions. So I anticipate using that increase to offset this increase in out-of-district vocational tuitions. So special ed, again, special ed is going up. There is some talk at the state level. There is a funding source that is out there right now that they're putting in. It's in talks, it's in the House Ways and Means. It's a $75 million supplemental budget to help offset special education costs. But you have to reach a pretty significant threshold. I can tell you the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents are advocating that anybody who's over a 2% increase, you take that pot of money and you separate it so it becomes an equality game. Because even if somebody has a 9.5% increase and then somebody reached the 10% increase, it's still pretty, it depends on the community, how they can afford this. So Mass is really advocating for equity on this supplemental budget. So if you talk to anybody, we really want to be advocating for that equity piece for this supplemental budget. So that the state will help offset some of these special education costs for us. Can I include it in the budget with all of you right now? No. Why? Because it's supplemental and we don't know if it's going to happen or not, or where it's going to pass.
So these funds would be outside of the hold harmless, if we get a certain amount, will be hold
Correct.
harmless. And a lot of times, when they do give more money, we don't get any more because of that. But you're saying this is outside of it, so this is actually something we could have a shot at getting more money.
Yes. And
How much?
for this, and for this year. So this is what, like, Russ made a great point, I always come back to it. A few years ago, like rural aid, we would find out in October that we would get rural aid. It wasn't part of the budget, it was a supplemental. And so we would use it to offset a cost, and if that additional money would go into E&D, which again would go back to the taxpayers. But rural school aid is now becoming a pretty current funding source. So last year was the first time that we really felt comfortable putting it in our budget as a revenue source. So last year we did rural school aid at 110. They're funding it the same at 5.5 million. So we did keep it again at 110 to help offset vocational. If it does go up, it's gonna go up by, like I said, about 50,000. So we would just use that to offset the 2 additional out-of-district vocational tuitions.
So when you get this additional rural aid, you said you put it into the E&D fund, and it.
No. So what we would do is we would pay for something that was already in our budget, and that would free up money to go into the excess and deficiency so that we could offset next year's budget. We wouldn't just like buy something frivolously.
Well, you're kind of going where I was going.
Okay, yeah.
You get this extra money that wasn't in your budget.
Yeah.
Where does it really go?
It ends
Is
up in E&D.
It ends up in
It ends up in the E&D.
It may have to go through
So that
3
it
different.
could go back to the taxpayer or
Yep.
adjust your budget for the next year.
Correct.
I just, like, it's not just, oh, I've got extra money, let's go spend it all.
Correct, no, that's how we operate, we do not do that. Because we need, just like the towns need to keep their free cash as high as they possibly can, we need to keep our E&D and our school choice as high as we possibly can for emergency purposes. Some of my concerns is when we were doing things, you saw that our special education tuition, special education out-of-district tuition went up about $250,000 this year. We did use some of the ESSER funds to offset that, so that did not go back onto the taxpayers. We used our ESSER funds to offset that.
How many special ed programs how many do we have? So
In the district?
Yeah.
programs or kids, Joe?
How about teachers? What do we, how many classes, not so much classes, but
We have 7
including the new
substantially
ones?
separate programs, including the new
There's
ones.
3 new ones, okay.
Because you have 3? You have 3, yeah, so there's 7.
There's 7.
I actually have a question about your special education. So the programs that you're proposing, these savings, you're showing savings, yet on your fiscal year '24, you go up 891. So are these are they already including these programs that you already have? Is that part of this figure?
The increase?
Yes.
No. Those kids we keep in our district. So all we did was use our ESSER funds to provide a teacher and a para, and we created these programs. And it was trying to keep as many kids as we can in our district. It's a philosophical belief of mine that our children need to stay with our children, and if we have them in our building, we can include them in PE and other programs, and always our interest is in getting them back mainstreamed into the regular classroom once they get there.
So your savings here, I just figured, my brain's, I've been up all night, so your savings here, brain fart. So your savings here come to 880, if it's special education at 885, it's cost savings, if I add it all up.
Yeah, those would be additional costs incurred to the town
So-
if the programs were not in existence.
Okay, so it would,
So there,
it would
there's-
jump
It
extremely high.
would be high, the cost that you've got on that slide that she created that shows the
If they come back.
891. No, like, the cost that's going up in the special ed is for the cost of the kids that are going outside of the district. That cost is continuously increasing. Jen and the team have created in-district programs that, yes, there's a cost to it, but there's a commensurate, much higher savings amount by doing it internally. That's not even on that slide. Now, that savings there that she outlined, if we didn't perform the programs in district, that would be an additional cost to
So
the
the
town.
885 it basically
Would be even
doubles.
higher. Right now, it's not a
Double your special
realized,
education budget.
it's not an additional cost right now.
That's what I was just trying to determine.
I'm gonna piggyback off of him, so these programs have been in existence for a while now. And
When did you just
No,
start?
No,
No, last year they just started.
so last year you brought them in,
Yeah,
so,
2 programs started this year, 1 program halfway through last year.
okay. Okay, so really, they've been in existence for a year. So are we bringing back additional students to have that savings? Or are you just telling us that if these programs didn't exist, this would be the cost?
Yes, correct.
So there really isn't a savings because we already have these programs. So I think that's, you're saying, it's a little misleading by you telling us we have this savings when the
Oh, no,
programs
because
here.
they wouldn't be here, Karen, they wouldn't be in our schools right now.
Yeah, but you said you have those kids here already, so you've already
No, but
experienced
they're
that
there
savings.
because the program, so the funding for the programs are being used out of the ESSER funds. So there's no cost to the taxpayers. Those programs just started this year, or last year.
Halfway through last year.
So when those ESSER funds go away,
That's why you're
okay,
saying
here,
it's
right,
savings.
because here's what's
We
gonna
don't
happen.
have the
When the
funding
ESSER
already.
funds go away,
Okay.
let's say there's gonna be an additional
Mhm.
$400,000 cost to the regional school district, or the towns. That cost would be 1.2 million if we didn't do it internally, because those kids would have been out of district, and they would have been out of district now. So the savings are real, it's just not gonna show up in your balance sheet, because you're not getting the bill. But if we didn't create the programs,
These kids are.
the cost would be there. Does that help out, or?
Right.
I get what you're
It's-
saying,
it's-
you're not gonna find it in a line item on
It's
that,
the
because
savings,
it's not there
it's the
yet.
savings,
Because they're here,
Here.
and I don't have to include them in that 891,000 out of district. If we didn't have these programs, we could not meet the needs of these children in our schools. So we'd have to find a placement for them outside of our schools. And based upon their needs, as you can see, a program for children with autism is much more expensive than a child with social emotional needs. it's expensive to take children with autism and find a placement for them. So by creating our own program, we don't have to send them to another setting. Saves on transportation, it saves on everything. They're in our schools, that's the most important thing to me.
So are they already
Don't even
there?
have the
'Cause that's what I'm trying to,
Yes,
they're already there.
Our kids?
Yes, these
Yes.
out-of-district costs are already back. Is that-
These kids were never out of district.
Okay.
These
They
kids
would
were,
have to go because we don't have the services.
correct,
Okay.
correct. Does that?
Mr. Didi has a question.
Yes.
That's gonna not be a good one. So, the Easter funds that everyone loves, that sprinkles.
Easter.
What is it? Say
Esther.
We're gonna go with Easter. 'cause it's coming up. We're gonna go, we're saying Easter because it's coming close.
There's no A there either.
It's not the
Okay, well,
cast.
I'm a product of South Dakota. There you go. Class of
Hey,
'84.
Rob, you'd be a good teacher.
Anyways,
Yes,
so how much are we, so next year when we're all sitting here and smiling,
we're looking.
what is the real dollar value that we're using these funds to cover all these beautiful expenses?
This year,
Yeah.
$1.4 million.
So next year you'll be in front of us for another 1.4 million?
No.
Go ahead.
5 to
educate me.
700,000 of that is going towards a boiler project,
Okay, oh yeah, you're right.
right?
So 400,000 you'll be in front of me for.
I can tell you, it's on, one of my sheets here. So the Easter funds that we're using this
Sorry,
year.
Russ, I just-
Your Easter funds.
Easter, thank you.
We have 6 positions in our, budget for 442,000, and I told you, those positions we need to include next year.
No, that's what I'm getting
Yeah.
at. So 442,000
Probably easier. because
is the
cost
icing
here
on
are
the
$400,000.
Easter.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that's
HVAC
4.
upgrade
Yeah.
is 5 to 700,000. That will not
Right.
be in that 1.4 million.
Understood.
We are offsetting our out-of-district special education tuitions to the tune of 300,000. Depending on where we are next year with, school choice revolving, and out-of-district vocational tuitions, those will probably be in the budget as well.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
Joe, that 400,000, that's, if you look at that special ed cost savings slide,
I completely
that's where that
understand.
is. It's either, next year it'll be 400,000. If we didn't have the programs, it'd be 1.2 million. So,
And I'm good with it. I just, so we all,
Right.
reality is
absolutely.
reality as we do our budget this year
So those
as a
6
town.
positions that you said you
Right.
needed, we had the conversation the other night, there was 5.6 positions that you did not, that were in the budget last year and you did not fill.
That's
And
correct.
so these 6 positions, are those 6,
Those aren't those positions.
no?
No.
they're gone.
Okay, so those
We
positions.
cut 5.6 positions.
out of
There
the
were
line.
3 positions up at the, 3.6 at the regional school, 1 at Powder Mill, and 1 at Woodlands.
Okay, and now, those positions that you never filled and you found other ways
Mhm.
to accommodate responsibilities of those positions, where did the funds go? Were they reallocated and spent in other areas?
Not right now, because that's how we're hoping to keep our E&D and our out-of-district, yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the way this is working, because it's been an interesting conversation over the last 3-4 months with this E&D and the revolving account. Basically, when the school district does a good job budgeting their funds, the excess that they don't use will go into this E&D account, which will allow them to offset the bill for the following year. Well, as you get more conservative in your budget and you start counting the nickels and dimes a little bit better, there's less extra money, which means that E&D account will go down. So it's, when they didn't have to fill those 5.5, 6.5,
We don't fill them.
the extra funds from that budget line goes into E&D, which allows her to put $950,000 into the budget for this year, which reduces the liability for the towns.
It's like our free cash.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So as you become a better budgeter, that excess money kind of, it goes down, there's just less of it there. So it's one of the, so as they do a better job in the budgeting, that's one of the, it's not a bad thing, it's.
Right.
it's good.
So I should add 100,000 to that number you just gave me, then is what you're saying.
Because he didn't fill them, it was truly able to offset a lot of our
It was true
teacher
savings.
salaries.
It was true
Yeah,
savings.
it's true savings.
That was
True
true
savings.
savings.
Yeah, we don't just say, oh, we've got this extra money, let's go buy something great, but that's not how we operate as a school district. No.
Hey, Ken, is the other district kids
Yeah, well, we're
went
not
from
gonna
44
do
to
that.
46 since the last time we had a presentation. Is it possible it could go to like the 50 by the time we finalize the budget?
Could it?
Yeah. I mean, is it
Yeah,
a risk?
I thought I had I prepared for worst case scenario, and I think I said that when I was in front of you. I think I said I had 2 extra positions built into that, one from Tallinn and I think one from Southwick. Well,
They were questionable, yeah.
They were-
Those
they
two
did-
more came in.
uh-huh,
And I didn't realize, because my kid went to the CTEC,
right,
and I didn't realize that it costs so much extra. I'm glad.
yeah.
Well, it's
You
cheaper,
could
it's
go,
better
yeah.
for them to go to CTEC from
Yeah,
a budget perspective than going to,
but still, it costs a little bit more,
it's
so.
an extra cost.
Yeah, and like, we were just talking, CTEC went up $60,000 this year. So if you just look at our, where did we have that from? I know, out of my magic hat. It was like $660,000 just in our increases in vocational, special ed, and CTEC, which is more than required local contribution. That's not taking into the increase in our pensions, it's not taking an increase in salaries, it's not taking an increase in, what are our other things, retirements, it's not, health insurance, all the, transportation, it doesn't take into account any of that. So, that's why we had to cut those 5.6 positions to bring it down, because we had such an increase in vocational and
Do you
special
think
ed.
special ed is gonna continue going higher because they keep diagnosing children? To make it clearer on what kind of special assistance the kids need to get them to that
Yes, we keep
normal
our,
range, quote unquote.
we keep our kids in district as long as we possibly can,
Yeah,
but there does get a point where we can no longer meet the needs of the children.
yeah, unfortunately, I think some kids are just.
Yep.
Just something isn't right.
It's gonna be,
Yeah,
how
really
do we,
requires.
how do we stay ahead of the curve?
Right,
Can Jen and her team be able to create more of these programs in-house to help decrease, it's gonna be how can we decrease that increase? It's gonna happen.
And
I
do we
mean-
have the space to?
Yeah, I mean,
We do.
the other
Okay,
piece
we have
that's,
space.
that we identified this year, which, you know what? As the finance committee for the town and the selectmen for the town, the breakdown of where the kids by town that are going out of district, the proportionality of that compared to Southwick, Tallinn, and Granville, and the number of kids that we have percentage-wise in each town, next year, we're gonna have, till Jen's in, we had 22 students coming from Southwick going out of district. And we have 85% of the population of the school. Granville has 22 kids going out of district, and they have 12% of the population of the school. If you look back 4 or 5 years ago, that breakdown was not as high. I mean, if you look at the percentages of the students in Granville that are going out of district compared to Southwick, it's a huge number compared to here. Not even the closure, like even 3 years ago, well after the closure, we're talking high school kids that are going out of district. Even when the Granville school was open, they didn't have a high school up there. So they were all coming out of here. When the regional committee got together to form our regional agreement and the way that the costs and everything are broke down, I have a tough time believing that they envisioned that kind of discrepancy. How you fix it, I don't know, I don't think there's an easy answer.
Because you can't go back and grab that dough from that town.
Well, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
we need all 3 towns to approve capital. We need 2 of the 3 towns to approve discretionary. Does that mean that the 3 towns can't get together and say, look, this is something that none of us anticipated, is there something we can do? That's really up to you guys to try to figure out if it's worth going back to look at. But if you look at the numbers over the last number of years, I mean, back in fiscal year 20, Southwick had 25 students, Granville had 5.
Right.
Then Granville went from 5, 7, 12, 19, 21. Southwick went from 11, 16 to 21, but the percentages of the number of kids that we have in the school district, we just have a vast majority of the kids. But now the costs are just, it's not.
And we're spending what to send them to that school?
Well, that's where the lion's share of the increase are, to go to Smith Voc and all the outs. So if you look at the minimal local contribution of some of the other towns, not
That's what I'm getting
Southwick,
at, right.
their vast majority of that money is just going to pay for the kids going out of
Right, so
district, and that
Granville's-
doesn't
right.
include transportation.
So Granville's 440,000 more or less.
No, they only have one, not Granville, Tallinn, I think.
No, Granville though,
Yeah,
440.
Yeah,
I
it's,
got you.
it's, like Jen said earlier, we looked at the
Their
additional
assessment was
increase for
219.
minimal local contribution went up by about 500,000 from last year to this year. But that money, if we look at the increases from special ed and out of district, and the discretionary that we look at, there's more, the minimal local contribution increase and the discretionary amount is less than what the increases were for special ed and out of district. Like, they've done a really good job tightening that budget that they can control. The costs that they can't are just where the discretionary is.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question or not, you can tell me, but do we know the percentage of students receiving services for special ed? I just don't know if that's.
At the vocational school?
Well,
No,
throughout
just
the whole, throughout the whole
For our
district.
district.
I don't know if
off
that's,
the top of my head. I
you
don't
know,
know.
is it 10%, 20%,
No,
30%?
it's
40?
It's not 40,
Okay.
I would say it's about,
I was gonna say around 25%.
Yeah,
So it could be
I
a
think
quarter
this-
of our students are receiving special ed type services. Okay.
and what, but,
What percentage are going out of district?
Oh,
It's
not-
gotta be single digits.
No, I think we have,
right?
yeah, I think next year we're projecting between 8 to 12 students out of district for special ed services. And those can range individually from $50,000 to $150,000, depending on the
Yeah.
placement.
Oh, yeah,
This average special ed enrollment or percentage is around 17%, and we're probably around 25%.
And it's the same everywhere, right? So if I have a special needs child, I don't go and just say I want to move to Southwick because I'll get a better bang for my buck.
Right.
It's the statewide, doesn't matter, okay.
Hey, Jen, how much is, from regional school transportation, how much is the percentage that they're not giving us up to the 100%, which is normally the commitment and selling point for communities to become part of regions?
Maura Healy has proposed a 90% reimbursement rate. We're anticipating close to 90 for this year.
Right, but philosophically, it's supposed to be 100%. That's one of the
Correct.
incentives for communities to regionalize.
Correct. Which I did increase based off the cherry sheet that they gave me.
Yeah.
Based on hearing it was gonna be 90%. The cherry sheet had 600 and something, no, 700 and something. I went up to 800,000, anticipating that because they like to play the politics game in Boston. I'm gonna start low and I'm gonna give you an opportunity to look good to your constituents, so you can add a little bit more to that line item and blah, blah, blah. So I'm pretty confident over the past few years that has gone up.
It has, but they have not kept, they haven't followed their own rules and laws, which say that they would give 100%. So if you were to take that delta for every year that we've been regionalized to see what that cumulative number would look like.
Right. So last year, the FY '23 cherry sheet was 842, 226.
Yeah.
Steve put in 900,000. So this year it was 728, 870. I put in 800,000, anticipating a greater reimbursement. Maybe I shot myself in the foot, but that's to your benefit, so.
Yep. Thank you.
I use it as a greater offset to the budget.
Yep.
Rob, you were gonna finish a sentence a little while ago that you were saying it's better that the out-of-district kids go to Westfield than to somewhere else from a.
No, what I was saying is that it's better for our district, and one of the qualifiers, if a child wants to go to an out-of-district school, we're being part of the collaborative, we have CTEC. CTEC is the lowest out-of-district cost program that we have. So if somebody's looking to go to out-of-district, they just can't go to Westfield Tech. If CTEC offers the same program, they're obligated to go to CTEC. If they've gotta go out of district, we want them to go to CTEC, it's the cheapest option that we've got.
Okay.
That's what I'm.
What's another option? What are other options?
Well, Smith Vogue.
So I would clarify that CTEC is not necessary, it's not out of district. We are part of, the collaborative in West Springfield with 7 other school districts. We're one of the 7 founding school districts to be a part of it. They provide our Chapter 74 programs for ourselves, Agawam, West Springfield, South Hadley, East Hampton, I think, or Ludlow, Wilbraham. So we are, our students go there, our students take 2 classes a day with us at the regional school, and then their other 2 classes are over at or program is over at the collaborative in West Springfield. So, and we have a member of our school board on their school board as well. I mean, we are a founding voting district as part of the collaborative. So it's not, they're really not considered out of district. If there is a vocational program, a Chapter 74 program that the collaborative in West Springfield does not offer, our students, our families have the right to pursue that at another school. The closest school to that is Westfield Vocational Academy, which has some wonderful, unique programs. So aviation is one of them. So we have a number of students that want to go to that program. Superintendent Willard reviews the process, she approves it. That's about a $15,000 cost to the district. Smith Agricultural Vocational Program up in Northampton has some extremely unique programs. Unique where they might be the only vocational program in the state, or school in the state that offers these agricultural programs, animal science programs. And so we might have 6 to 8 students going up there for next year at $20,000 to $22,000. And in both cases, transportation is not included in that cost. So that's an extra cost to it. So when Superintendent Willard's talking about our vocational out-of-cost districts, that's really where we're looking at, Westfield Tech Academy and Smith Vocational.
And how much do we typically get from the state for each student? Not vocational, just in general, so you're saying it could be $15,000, $20,000 to send them outside. When the state gives us funds, how much do they give us per child?
I would have to look into
It's our Chapter 70 amount divided by the foundation number.
Yeah, but we're in hold harmless, so it's.
Yeah, so do we get $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 per
I'm
kid?
betting we don't get,
If I had access.
I wouldn't think we're really out on the limb that we don't get as much as it costs us to send them right into the.
Oh, no, we don't. No, it costs us money. Yeah. The only thing is they are included, so if you were in a non-hold harmless district, based on the new SOA formula, you get extra money for vocational kids. You get more money for ELL students, and our ELL population is increasing. We're getting a lot of our immigrant families. I just did the SIMS the other day, the Student Information Management System that goes to the state. We have to do it in October, we do it in March, we do it in June. And we're keeping track of the kids in our district. We had an increase of about 10 non-speaking, new to our country immigrants since October. So that's impacting, I think, so we should get more money. We should get more money for these kids going out for vocational based on the new SOA formula. But we don't, because we're hold harmless. So we need to really be advocating at every opportunity you have about this rural school delegation, which was 5.5, 7.5, they're funding it at this year. They're suggesting it get funded at 60 million. That is the suggestion by the people. If rural school becomes part of something and it does become fully funded, we're gonna be just fine. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be like our SOA.
Right.
And it's not gonna be on all just the taxpayers, but we've got to be advocating for this.
Well, we were at an MMA legislative breakfast yesterday, which was held in Westfield. There were several legislators there. The MMA is of course advocating for $100 per student rather than the 60.
It's huge.
Right, so that's huge. There was also a lot of smaller communities there, and we talked about the Chapter 70 formula. And MMA is committed to working, and I'll give credit to the legislators that were there. They realized this, and a couple of them spoke up and said, and one happened to be of one party, one happened to be of another party, and said, yeah, we need to start working together and having this dialogue because it's unfair.
They know it.
And they know it. It's totally unfair. And I know that there's a lot of activity happening in Western Massachusetts trying to band together. I mean, we do have such a small voice. Look at us, we have a new state senator, 50 districts.
I know.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. But, so we were advocating, the MMA is advocating. I was very pleased with what some of the legislators said. We're gonna write letters in support.
Good.
And they even asked us to talk to other legislators,
Yes.
to reach out. And I think you're gonna see a big push. I don't know where it's gonna go, but I think you're gonna see a big push.
Yeah, it's really, they're saying that it's more expensive to educate students in a rural school district than it is in another school district.
Correct.
Extremely more expensive. Yet we're the ones who, with all of the declining enrollments, it's being put on the back of our taxpayers.
Correct.
So there is another bill, and sorry if I had already mentioned it, that they are putting forward. It's a supplemental budget, and I think it's only about 10 million. And again, it's one of those ones that you can use for this upcoming year, but it says very clearly, you can't use it to help in FY '25. But again, if we get it, it helps our E&D. So that way we don't have to use our E&D and we can keep it, and then we can keep offsetting it in different ways. We did just receive a grant, Jenny wrote an early, Dr. Sullivan just wrote an early literacy grant. And we are now going to be able to get an additional early literacy teacher down at Woodland School. Does that mean it's gonna help you in your budget? No, because all the grants that we get are, you have to supplement, not supplant. So we can't take somebody that we've already been paying in our budget and pay them now out of this grant. It has to be somebody new that we're going to be bringing in. So that's a tricky thing. There's grants, but the grants come with a lot of stipulations. And a lot of it is that you have to supplement, not supplant.
Plus,
So-
when the grant's gone, now you gotta fund that the following year, just what she's
Are
talking
there
about.
enough teachers when they're offering these grants? I mean, they talk about shortage of teachers.
Yeah.
But they're telling you have to find a new teacher, but if there aren't any available, well, they don't have to give their money out.
That's right.
So why do it?
Well, I was just asking Chief Landis, I said, you get money, but can you get the police officers? That was what happened to Principal Terrell. He couldn't get people to fill his positions this year up at the regional school. There were
Maybe
people.
we'll have some teachers come from Florida.
Yeah, maybe,
Because, hell in a handbasket. Can't believe the news down there, it's terrible.
But, so I do bring forward again, I know it might look a lot, but it is only 190,000 over required local contributions, which is not a lot. And,
You've seen the rest of our budget, right?
no, I didn't,
Just wanna,
but,
0.08.
needs it,
Yeah.
you can throw those numbers out all you want. You can take your .08 and you can take it in that elevator and you can take it right outside. I can't stand that. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Before somebody gets up and yells at me at another meeting.
Okay, I didn't swear once, and I apologize. So when you are looking at the tape, I did apologize for saying that over, okay?
but
Sorry.
in order to pay for a lot of these tuitions, we're using grant money that's not gonna be here next year. we're paying for teacher salaries that are not gonna be here next year, and I cut 5.6, we cut 5.6 teachers that we can't cut next year. So.
We get that, we truly do.
I know,
But you gotta understand how much money we have coming in.
I know.
And
So
if I don't
this is
say
my
nothing
last
now,
year of
it
not
doesn't
coming
get
in at
said,
Farmer.
because some people aren't
So-
saying shit, so.
Next year, I'm
Apologize
gonna
for
probably
swearing.
Zoom, so you guys can't yell at me. But
I'm not
I-
yelling.
honestly,
Yeah.
unless we really advocate for our rural schools,
Correct.
unless we get 100% regional school transportation, unless we advocate for the rural school delegation, unless we start saying, you know, look at us, it's gonna, as Hold Harmless goes down, the financial responsibility is gonna be on the taxpayers. And it comes to a point where we're not gonna be able to operate the school and provide the necessary class sizes and the same level of education that we're funding now and we're providing now if we have to keep cutting teachers. We can't do it.
So Hold Harmless status is baked in, we can't change that in the future? That's not a designation we can opt out of or something?
Well, part of it you might not want to,
You bet
because
4
we're gonna
million.
pay 4 million more than we probably should if
Okay,
they actually
right,
follow.
right, but if it, is it diminishing over time?
It is.
Well, it's, what's happening is the amount that we should get paid,
Yeah.
the delta there between gets smaller and smaller, but there, I mean, right now, what is it, still $4 million?
$4 million, I have it right
That if
here.
they actually followed the formula,
Okay, so that one's.
we'd be coming to you for 4
You should
million
check with the
more.
library, because they sell cake to help
Yeah,
offset
right.
that. I was saying that you guys are kind of on the same compound.
I do wanna
Sorry.
say,
I just write it
it's
myself.
another super important thing with the MMA.
Right,
So last year, they did $60 per student.
correct.
Okay, so this year, they are only doing $30 per student. But we were able to take that 60, so for us, it's a $77,000 increase because when we did our budget, it was only at $30 per student, but it compounds. So if they do $100 per student next year, then if they do 30, next year it'll be like an additional $100 per student for us.
Right.
So they'll never, that's part of the Hold Harmless. Once we get that money for per student, it stays. That's the only increase we're ever gonna see from chapter 78. So if we can get $100 per student, that not only helps us this year, it's gonna help us in the
So it's a
upcoming
high
years.
water mark that we.
It'll always stay, and it'll
Keeps
go
going
up. So those are the things that we need to advocate for, is the $100 per student. Again, rural school delegation, can't say it enough. Regional transportation, anything in the supplemental budget for Hold Harmless districts. These are the conversations we need to be having with our legislators and saying, and it's all, people know, it's impacting the taxpayers in Hold Harmless districts are the ones being impacted by this.
And I think from the, you know, the SOA is, I think I mentioned it at the budget
Yeah.
hearing, that's a train wreck that left the station 5 years ago.
Yes.
It's coming home to roost now, right? That focused all of the school funding formula, they cut the pie up different and focused it on 15 or 18 cities in the Commonwealth and are, sorry, Joe, screwing over every other city and town in the Commonwealth. But what we're looking at though is, as our funding goes down, as they allocate more dollars in from the SOA towards those cities and towns, you know, it's not gonna take many $400,000 numbers for us to, A, hit the levy limit, B, in front of town meeting with a Prop 2.5 override, and pricing seniors out of their homes. So guys, we gotta all strap in and be ready for that. And, you know, we get it where we are, but that's looking at the numbers where we are. I know where we are roughly from our levy limit, which as a select board and a finance committee, we never wanna be at, right? But, you know, it's our job to try to keep taxes low so people can stay in their homes. But the state is actually putting a complete screwing to every other community, but the 20 communities that they chose to focus on the SOA. So some of the supplemental funding is kind of like, yeah, we did mess up a little bit. Here's a bone, right, to maybe keep you at bay for another year, but this is a huge problem.
Right, and with the supplemental budget, they make it very clear, it's for FY '24. You can't use this for your FY '25 planning.
But yes,
Right, but
but
you
what
right
it does do is it does buy you 2 years. Because they give you $100,000, great, that you weren't expecting because it was supplemental, good, that goes to E&D, so
That's
you use
right.
that $100,000 in the second year.
Absolutely.
But then in the third year, it's like double, right? Because now you don't have it and you have to fund it.
That's correct.
So it's, yeah, it's no bueno.
I'm gonna make one
Right.
observation here about when you talk about not wanting to cut teachers or having to cut teachers. I've never heard any mention of administration or your teacher coaches level. It's always like a classroom teacher. If you look to cut classroom teachers, you should also be looking at your administration and your cost of administration. That's just an observation from me.
Karen, we are operating right now, this year, down 2 administrators. I have a special ed director, a principal at Powder Mill School, doing 2 jobs this year. I have the regional school, I have Principal Janelle down here, down at central office now. We have 2 administrators, as of right now, running the regional school. We're gonna be moving a coach to go into another administrative position up there to help support. We're not hiring out. We are down administrators right now.
I just wanna make sure, because all we hear, cut teachers, cut teachers, cut teachers. I just wanna make sure the administration is also being looked at before you hit the front line, which affects the quality of the education given to the student. That's the
I
point
have to
I'm
be honest,
making.
there is no administration to cut. We are bare bones. We have 3 admin at the regional school. We have 2 at Powder Mill. We have 1 at Woodlands. And we have a central office of 4.
Central office means your office?
Yes. We have a director of
We're
finance
gonna
and
have some retirements
operations.
coming up, so I'm just wondering how many we have to pick from. Do you have 4 up there?
And the meeting was going so well.
I got more questions.
Question?
Go ahead. Okay. So, we moved some sports to the Wally Park, right?
We are,
What are we moving?
baseball,
These are gonna
softball.
be 10 quick questions with 10 quick answers.
Baseball,
Just baseball?
baseball and softball.
Awesome, all right. Are we doing any work to our old fields? that we see?
We passed on the school committee this year, we have to complete a feasibility study, so to figure out what's needed.
That's in this year's budget.
That was already paid for,
That's already in it.
included, not in this. What we're
Wonderful.
looking at doing from a planning perspective is to get that done. The gentleman's gonna take a look at what grounds we've got, what do we need, the usage, what's the requirements.
Sure.
So, I mean, this was something that when everybody voted to redo the schools, we did the buildings, but not the grounds. So this is sort of the second half of that. So we're gonna hopefully, this time next year, or by we get to the fall or whatever, start looking at what are the options and.
Right. So add another 100 grand to the 400,000 and the other 100,000.
Follow on to that though, are they using Wally Park as part of their options for that? Instead of instead of spending
No,
250 or 300 to rejuvenate the baseball
That
field?
obviously, that's an option. I think the challenge, at least from what I'm getting, being on the school committee where we've got 3 towns that are involved instead of just 1. I think there may need to be some further discussions with the other towns, because if everything moves to Wally, then it's Southwick land as opposed to land that everything is shared by the 3 towns.
We'll gladly rent them
We'll
space.
have that
We'll
conversation.
gladly
No,
rent
I
them.
mean, it's
We have to think
it's
about it.
it's a challenge that comes up.
Yeah.
That I hear, that Tallinn and Granville may not necessarily, well, if we're gonna do it, that's why we've got the ground on the school district site, let's do it there. I'm open to anything. I think we definitely need to relook at what's going on. We've gotta get something done with the baseball fields, whether it's a Wally Park, whether we do it over there.
Right.
There's gotta be a solution. But I think it's gonna involve all 3 towns, like, talking and actually compromising and maybe doing stuff that's in everybody's best interest.
Absolutely.
But the firm that we're using in our preliminary discussions is aware of the resources that are available
Thank
to
you.
our campus.
That's really the
Rec
question.
Center, Wally Park,
Right.
it's all part of
That look.
the study, to look at the lights, the fields, the availability that's at our disposal.
And then the truck you guys are looking to buy, that cover all the schools, or it's not just the high school, right?
That's
The
It's all
maintenance
the-
utility?
Oh, yeah, the maintenance
It's
truck,
the
yeah.
whole,
Oh,
all the
yeah.
facilities.
Mhm.
And then what are we doing with Joe? How are we getting him up to speed?
What do you mean with Joe?
Is training.
Your principal, that's now the guy in charge of the
Oh.
money?
You want to talk?
Let's go, tell me what we're doing.
Mr. Presnell. Mr. Presnell's coming back and is
Is he
gonna help
really?
you out.
Yep.
He's gonna help you
Excellent
out.
Oh, that
idea,
is
Mr.
awesome.
Trammell.
That's good to
Excellent
hear.
idea.
You met with him, yes,
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah.
Does he have a lot to work with? Is he excited? What's he thinking?
Mr. Presnell?
You have a lot to work with.
Yeah,
Not enough time and money for him to.
That's what I was
figure
getting
it
at,
all
yeah.
out.
That's only,
Well, that's
Joe
good.
does have his business manager's license, and Joe does have his superintendent's license.
Great.
So Joe's licensed.
Superintendent's license? Okay.
You can do that job as a director of finance and operations with a superintendent's license.
Oh, I
But he has both.
completely understand. I just didn't know if you were leaving that soon or what the bigger picture was.
Would you like me to leave, Mr.?
No, but that's when you say that, I get nervous when someone comes to me and says, hey, I got an ice cream license. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. But anyways. Well, that's great to hear that Mr. Presno's gonna,
Yes.
those are the only questions I had.
Hey, back to the truck for a second, so, I didn't, what kind of a fleet of vehicles do you have at the school? Do you have something?
I don't know if we'd call it fleet.
No,
Yeah,
do you
but
have
not-
other vehicles that are utility based?
We have a white
They
mini
do have a
van.
tractor.
Couple vans and one utility truck.
Yeah.
And
The one that they're looking to replace is what, the utility,
Utility
Utility
truck.
truck.
utility truck?
are you replacing an old utility truck, and what's the story on that one? Is it like
Don't look at
15
me.
years old?
I believe it's 17 years old,
Is that, okay.
yes.
It looks like a rust bucket.
Now, I had somebody that I had a conversation with this week, asked a question, and I said, that's a good question, I don't know the answer. I hear maybe there may be some trucks from DPW that are going offline, or, I mean, are we able to move
You
something?
can
or-
buy something from us,
No,
yeah. Because after all, it's 3 schools, as you tell me, or 3 towns, so why would Southwood just
No,
give
no,
you a
no,
truck?
I'm just wondering, is there one that,
We can
you've
have
got
that
one that?
conversation.
We can
but I
have
don't know
that
what you want.
conversation, but I doubt if you want it.
No, because then you're gonna want more money for
I'm
maintenance.
just wondering, like,
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I might be able to get you a deal on a cruiser.
I don't know.
being part of, being designated a green community, we might not even be able to do it,
Oh,
okay?
right.
the question is, do other towns have anything you can use?
That's what I just asked.
Oh, did you? Does Granville Town have anything up there?
Don't, this was just a question that I got
That's a
from
good question.
This is just a
voter
question
this
too.
week.
I'm
I
just-
thought it was a great idea, I'm like,
He's in rare form today.
This is a question, this is just,
I
yeah.
think I'm gonna go
Just
get,
get back from Florida, it's my
I
cousin.
think I'm gonna go get my ice
Why
cream
don't you ask him
license
when he
now or
calls?
something like that.
Tomorrow.
Well, if there's no other questions, I think if you had a full morning. We want to thank you for coming and appreciate you understanding we ran a little behind. All right, have a great day.
Thank you very
Need a
much.
motion to adjourn the
As
selectmen.
quickly as possible, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded.
Roll call vote, Russ Fox, aye.
Doug Mogul, aye.
Jason Perone, aye.
We need a motion to
You want
adjourn.
me to make the motion? Let's do Maria motion. Karen Tamayo, second.
All those in favor, Joe Didi, aye.
Alita Di Maria, aye.
Paul Conley, aye.
Karen Tamayo, aye.
Yeah.
Sherry Knowlton, aye.
Robert Roderick, aye.
David Metheny, aye.
And the doctor left early. Thank you.
Bye Doug, bye Joe, Jason, Russ,
Hi, Carl, we forgot you were there.
thank you.